fully resourced program of action that is tailored to the circumstances of seats and provides practical and operational solutions to accelerate our sustainable development. The support of development partners and the international community, including funding, is critical for the next 10-year program of action as we seek to move towards resilient prosperity. Mr. President, even if these strides are taken towards achievement of the 2030 development agenda, any progress made is at risk if we do not address the threat of climate change. The adverse impacts are no longer a future problem. We have seen ourselves the ever-increasing disasters, fires, typhoons, heat waves, and a burning ocean. What kind of legacy are we creating? Is it essential that the global community accelerate? It is essential that the global community accelerate its efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change and keep a 1.5 Celsius limit to temperature rise within reach. This cannot be said enough, so I will say it again. It is essential that the global community accelerates its efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change and keep a 1.5 Celsius limit to temperature rise within reach. We call on all states to take ambitious action in their implementation of the Paris Agreement and decisions under the Paris Agreement, including the Glasgow Climate Pact and the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan. And we note our disappointment that the goal of $100 billion a year has not been reached and that the distribution of funds allocated has not been equitable. And so we join the call to reform the international financial system to make and development finance more affordable and adequate and positioned to combat the scale of climate crisis. Nauru looks forward to a meaningful COP28 in the UAE, one that achieves the shared ambition and commitment to deliver progress and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. We also continue to call on the UNSG to appoint a special representative on climate and security. This could improve the United Nations' ability to address climate-related security risk, including through regular reporting on the security implications of climate change. Similarly, we see the need to seek additional paths to climate action and hope that the advisory opinions to come from ITLOS and ICJ will jumpstart more ambitious climate action. Finally, on this point, Nauru would emphasize that we cannot expect the trajectory of global emissions to slow down and reduce if viable energy alternatives are not provided. Deep seabed minerals hold the answer, with polymetallic nodules providing the alternative for big emitters to make a just energy transition away from fossil fuels and towards much cleaner and renewable energy technologies. In this regard, Nauru calls on the members of the International Seabed Authorities to fulfill its obligation and finalize the exploitation regulations that ensures collection of seafloor minerals are conducted with utmost responsibility and respect to our marine ecosystem while providing benefits for all humankind. Mr. President, as a big ocean state, a healthy, productive, and resilient ocean is a pillar upon which our future rests. We are proud to have been actively engaged in the negotiations and successful conclusion of the Treaty of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ. Nauru welcomes the adoption of the agreement earlier this year and calls for international support to build our capacity to ratify and implement the provisions of the BBNJ agreement, including the conservation of biological diversity. The sustainable use of its components and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resource. Finally, we raise, as we have before, the critical importance of ensuring sustainable fisheries. This includes ensuring that overfishing is not taking place, that fair prices are paid to small islands for fish taken from our water, and that we eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Mr. President, Nauru's long-term national vision, as articulated in its National Sustainable Development Strategy, outlines a future in which individual, community, business, and government partnerships contribute to a sustainable quality of life for all Nauruans. The central message of this strategy is partnership for quality of life. A key pillar will be ensuring the health of our people. To achieve this, Nauru remains committed to a health strategy centered on prevention. During COVID-19, Nauru followed a stringent capture and contain strategy which saw all visitors to Nauru required to undergo testing and quarantine at the border. This strategy protected Nauru during most of the pandemic, giving the health system valuable time to establish an acute care ward to treat and isolate potential COVID-19 patients, streamline testing regimes and treatment protocols, and vaccinate vulnerable members of the community. The systems that were developed for COVID-19 are now available for future pandemic responses, should they be required. We acknowledge and thank our partners for their support in this regard. However, Nauru remains vulnerable to communicable disease outbreaks. The pandemic proved the urgent need for extensive investment towards strengthening the institutional and infrastructural needs of our Nauru's fragile health system. In a post-pandemic reality, we must ensure that rebuilding efforts are centered on resilience building. We must remain vigilant in ensuring that our vaccination rates remain high and are not undermined by the spread of misinformation and fear-mongering through mainstream and social media. Nauru needs support and technical expertise to develop innovative solutions to address viral risk, for example, e-medicine and development and use of digital technologies for outpatient referrals and patient records. In this regard, we'd like to thank our friends from Cuba. There is still much to be learned from their innovation in the field of health. Cuba developed their own COVID vaccines. Moreover, they deploy their medical brigade worldwide, helping others. As a staunch friend, we would call for an end to the embargo imposed by the United States. We must also recognize and thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their help and support to our health system. They were and continue to be a leading exemplar in good practice to responding and containing disease. We call for their recognition, their right to participate and engage with us all in this global forum on this issue and in the implementation of 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, leaving no one behind. Mr. President, another crucial element of accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all is education. Nauru continues to place great emphasis and investment in the strengthening and development of its education sector, given its pivotal role as a key driver of sustainable development. On a national scale, Nauru aims to improve the quality and broaden the scope and reach of education. In a post-pandemic reality, the immediate concern globally and domestically is to address the education gap. Innovation and increased and improved investments are needed urgently to improve access to quality of education. We also are prioritizing quality infrastructure tailored to the unique needs of Nauru. This will need to be matched with relevant curricula and effective monitoring and evaluation frameworks, such as benchmarking. That said, none of this can happen without our teachers. Teacher attraction and retention continue to be an issue not just in Nauru but worldwide. The demands and lack of support towards the teaching profession is manifesting in a lack of qualified teachers on our island. We need to do more and better on this front. This could include reviewing education delivery models, including increased involvement of homes and development of inexpensive alternative models of delivery through the communication technologies and improved ICT infrastructure in schools to better aid program delivery. Mr. President, we must uphold the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and we must work together to uphold the rules based on multilateral system to secure international peace, security, and prosperity for a safe and just world for all, leaving no country behind. For that to happen, the United Nations must be fit for purpose, nimble on the ground, and meet the global challenges we face today. I would like to share what time has taught me. Our community, Nauru, the Pacific, the small islands, the international community is more robust when we united. This becomes even more imperative for matters of common interest that have the perspective to profit our peoples in future generations. But we must stand united for the right things, the important things, and the hard things. Mr. President, in a nutshell, I echo the Secretary General Guterres' opening remarks. We need to renew the UN multilateral system, reform the Security Council, and redesign the international financial architecture because it is just not working anymore. And it is an outdated system that has been in place for too long. In Nauru's case, like other small island developing states, we become victims within the global architecture and compromise our freedom and voice as a sovereign state. May God bless the Republic of Nauru, and may God bless the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President,
Senhor Secretário-Geral,
Mr. Secretary General,
Excelências,
Excellencies,
Chefes de Estado
Honorable Heads of
e de
State
Governo.
and Government,
minhas senhoras e meus senhores,
ladies and
quero em
gentlemen,
primeiro lugar
first,
e desta tribuna das Nações Unidas
I would like
reiterar
to
as
congratulate
nossas mais sentidas condolências ao governo
from this
do Rei do
podium at the
Marrocos
United
e da
Nations.
Líbia.
Firstly, I would like to offer our
Expressar os
most
nossos
heartfelt condolences to the governments of the Kingdom
fraternal
of Morocco
solidariedade
and
e
Libya,
para com os povos
and to express
desses
our
dois
feelings
países
of
amigos
fraternal
e irmãos.
solidarity with the peoples of these two
Permitam-me
countries who are our
endereçar
friends
as
and
minhas
brothers and
felicitações
sisters.
ao Senhor Denis
I
Francis,
would like also
da
to
Trinidad e
congratulate
Tobago,
Mr. Dennis
pela
Francis
sua
from
eleição
Trinidad
na
and
qualidade de
Tobago
presidente
for his
da
election as
78ª
president of the 78th session
da
of the
Assembleia
United Nations
Geral das
General
Nações Unidas.
Assembly.
Desejo-lhe muito sucesso
I wish
no
him
exercício
much
do
success
seu mandato,
during his term,
ao seu predecessor, Sr. Kassaba
and I would
Kurosi,
also like to
da Hungria,
congratulate
e felicito
his
pelos
predecessor,
resultados
Mr. Saba
alcançados
Kurosi from
durante a sua
Hungary,
presidência.
for the results achieved during his
Felicito
presidency.
igualmente o
I
secretário-geral
also
das Nações
congratulate
Unidas,
Secretary
António
General
Guterres,
Antonio Guterres
pelo seu desempenho
for his
ao favor
performance
da
in
paz,
promoting
do
peace
desenvolvimento
and
do mundo.
development in the world.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr.
os
President,
ilustres oradores
these
que me
distinguished
precederam
speakers who
perante
preceded
esta
me
tribuna
on this podium
fizeram análises e
presented
observações
important
pertinentes
analyses and
sobre os
observations
desafios
on current
atuais
challenges
e a situação internacional.
and the
Por
international
isso,
scenario.
vou realçar a ação concreta
Therefore, I will
que eu
focus
penso
on
se espera
concrete
de nós,
actions that,
as
in my
Nações
view,
Unidas.
are
Para
expected from
Guiné-Bissau,
us, the United
melhor
Nations. For
resposta aos
Guinea-Bissau,
desafios
the best
com os
response
quais a
to the
comunidade
challenges
internacional
that confront
está
the
confrontada
international community
passa pelo reforço do multilateralismo,
includes strengthening
cooperação
multilateralism and international
nós,
cooperation.
o multilateralismo
In our
é
view,
instrumento indispensável
multilateralism is an
e o imperativo
indispensable
moral
instrument
se queremos
and a
construir
moral imperative
juntos
if we
mundo
wish to
solidário,
build
de
together
paz e bem-estar
a
para todos.
solidary world
Nesse
and
sentido,
well-being for all.
congratulamos
To this
com
end,
a
we
escolha
welcome
e a
the
pertinência
choice
do tema
and significance of
da
the
presente
theme
sessão da
for the
Assembleia Geral das
session
Nações Unidas,
of the General
que
Assembly,
enaltece a
which
importância
stresses
da
the
confiança
importance of
e a
global
solidariedade
trust and
global.
solidarity,
Prosperidade,
prosperity,
progresso
progress,
e a sustentabilidade
and
para todos.
sustainability
Senhor
for
Presidente,
all. Mr. President,
Excelências,
Excellencies,
espera-se de todos nós ações concertadas com
we
vista
are
à
expected to take
concretização
coordinated
das nossas
actions to
decisões,
implement our decisions,
tais como a realização dos objetivos
such as the
do
achievement
desenvolvimento
of the
sustentável
Sustainable Development
ODS,
Goals
e a Agenda
SDGs,
2063,
and the
a África
African
queremos
Union's
da União
Agenda
Africana.
2063, the
Garantir o
Africa we
financiamento
want,
do
to ensure
desenvolvimento
development
e proteger
financing
de maneira coletiva
and to
melhor
collectively
o nosso
protect
planeta.
and improve our
A este
planet.
propósito, é preciso cumprir os
To this
acordos
end, we
de
must
Paris,
comply with the Paris
da
and
COP27.
COP27 agreements,
incluindo o fundo de perda
including
de danos para os
the
países
Loss and Damage
vulneráveis,
Fund for vulnerable
particularmente
countries,
os insulares, como o
particularly
meu país,
island
a
nations
Guiné-Bissau.
such as my country,
Senhor
Guinea-Bissau. Mr.
É
President,
preciso introduzir
we must
as
introduce
mudanças
the changes
necessárias
required
na arquitetura
in
de
the
paz
international
e
peace and
segurança
security
internacionais e no
architecture
sistema financeiro
and in the
mundial
world financial system
para que consigam dar resposta
to
à
enable
atual
them to
conjuntura
respond
internacional.
to the current
A reforma
international
do Conselho de
scenario.
Segurança,
Security
que há
Council
muito
reform,
se
which has
considera
long been
como
deemed as
necessária,
necessary,
deverá tomar
must
em
consider the
conta a
position
posição da União
of the
Africana
African
a
Union
fim de garantir
in
uma
order to
representação
ensure a
realista
realistic
e mais justa.
and fairer
Em
representation,
adequação com o papel cada vez mais preponderante
consistently with the
da África
increasingly
na construção
preponderant
e manutenção
role
do
of
equilíbrio do
Africa
mundo.
in
Senhor
building and
Presidente,
maintaining balance
minhas
in the world.
senhoras e
Mr.
meus
President, ladies and gentlemen,
desde que assumi a presidência da
since I
República de
became
Guiné-Bissau,
President of the Republic of
em
Guinea-Bissau
2020,
in
apostamos
2020,
no diálogo,
we have
construção
focused
da
on
paz,
dialogue,
da
peace
estabilidade
building,
política
political
e no
stability,
desenvolvimento
as
socioeconômico
well
do
as
nosso
social
país,
and economic
bem como
development in our
na
country,
sub-região da África Ocidental,
as
além,
well as in the West
são também
Africa
esses
sub-region
princípios
and beyond.
que nos guiaram
These
durante o
principles
exercício
also
do
guided
nosso
us
mandato
during our term
de presidente da Conferência de Chefes de Estado
as
e de
President
Governo
of the
da
Conference
CEDEAO,
of Heads of State
que
and
assumimos
Government
com a
of
determinação
ECOWAS, which
o alto
we
sentido
accepted
da
with
responsabilidade
determination
e que terminou
and a
no
heightened
passado mês
sense
de
of
julho.
responsibility,
A
and
esse
which
propósito,
ended last July.
Queremos realçar
To this end,
a
we
nossa
wish
grande
to
preocupação
reiterate our
perante
great concern with
o
the recurrence
ressurgimento
of
de
coup
golpes de
d'etats
Estado e do retrocesso
and
da
steps back
democracia
in
e do
democracy
Estado de
and the
Direito
rule of
em
law
alguns países
in some
da nossa
countries in
sub-região.
our sub-region,
Em flagrante violação
in
da
flagrant
livre escolha
violation
das
of the
populações
population's
exprimida
freedom of choice
através das urnas.
as expressed
Senhor
through
Presidente,
ballot boxes.
Minhas senhoras
Mr.
e meus
President,
senhores, apesar dos
ladies and
efeitos
gentlemen,
nefastos
despite the harmful effects
prolongado
of the
embargo
prolonged
imposto
embargo
ao povo de
imposed on the
Cuba,
people of Cuba,
esse país irmão
our sister
sempre
nation
esteve
has always
e
supported
continua ao lado
and
dos
continues
países
to
da
support
África.
the countries of Africa.
Reiteramos o nosso apelo
We
para pôr fim
reiterate our
a
appeal
esse
for
injusto
an end
e irracional
to
embargo
this
e
unjust
acabar com este
and
obstáculo
irrational
à
embargo,
realização
which is an obstacle to the fulfillment of the legitimate aspirations of the Cuban people. The same is true for our brothers and sisters in Venezuela, whom we must also not forget and to whom we must show our solidarity. Mr. President, as you know, it has been a year since I took the office of President of the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. As heads of state and government, we continue in Africa to give priority to the struggle against malaria. As a result of this effort, more than 1.5 billion cases of malaria were avoided and 10.5 million lives were saved in Africa since 2000. I call on Africa and the international community to take action. If we wish to achieve our global goals for 2030 of ending malaria epidemics and achieving universal health coverage, we must act now. Mr. President, Excellencies, this year, the people of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau celebrates 50 years of existence as an independent and sovereign state. Thus, as an emissary of the Bissau-Guinean nation, I am thankful for the extraordinary aid provided by the former Soviet Union, the Republic of Guinea, Conakry, Cuba, Algeria, and Morocco, and other countries to our struggle for liberation, as well as the United Nations in its historic visit to our liberated regions, confirming the existence of effective political, administrative, and military control. On this solemn occasion of 50 years of independence, the people of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau will strengthen our determination and energy to consolidate national unity and mobilize even more, as enshrined in the national anthem of Guinea-Bissau, to build peace and progress in our everlasting homeland. Mr. President, at this historic juncture in the history of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and before I finish my remarks, I wish to reaffirm on behalf of our government and the Bissau-Guinean people, from this podium and before the world, our engagement and continuous availability to continue to work with the UN and to cooperate with all friendly governments and peoples for world peace and development and to protect our planet. Thank you very much.
Of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, I am honored to speak in front of you today and express my deep appreciation for the United Nations General Assembly. This assembly serves as a unique platform for global cooperation and offers hope for a better world. I want to express my sincere gratitude to President Francis for his election and convey my best wishes for his continued success in leading this assembly. I would also like to extend my warmest regard to Secretary General Guterres for his continuous efforts for peace in the world and for his standing firm in defense of the UN Charter, international law, and human rights in face of so much adversity of our times. His leadership fosters trust in the United Nations. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is more than ever a necessity for reconciliation, good understanding, and more cooperation. It is the only way we can face today's common and global challenges that are not just affecting the present, but also risking the future of the next generations. And it all should be done by assessing regions and countries based on their contribution rather than their failures. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1955, when Albania became a member state of the United Nations, a lot has changed. From a self-isolated country, Albania now proudly stands as a NATO member and has initiated accession negotiations with the European Union. Currently, Albania is concluding its first term as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, and this month we are productively chairing this UN body for the second time. As part of the Western Balkans, Albania continues to make unwavering contribution to peace and stability in this region. Albanians play a crucial role in Southern Eastern Europe. We constitute the large majority in two independent republics, Albania and Kosovo. We form a constitutive minority in North Macedonia and Montenegro, and significant minority in southern part of Serbia. Throughout our history, Albania has adhered to a policy of friendship and good neighborly relations. We remain deeply concerned by the recurring crises that reoccur from time to time regarding the relation among its neighbors. Both Albania and Kosovo have consistently championed peace over tension and conflicts, and we remain committed to this path. We hope to be organized for our contribution and not let our endeavors be overshadowed by opposing narratives. In this context, Albania supports the difficult yet not ongoing dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, facilitated through a careful mediation by the European Union and strongly supported by the United States. At the same time, Albania remains sensitive to Kosovo integrity and prosperity. Kosovo has managed to heal many deep wounds from the tragic past. The rise of the Serbs in Kosovo reflect the European norms and values, and the same should be applied for the Albanian minority in the Preševa Valley in southern Serbia. Unfortunately, we still remain concerned about the passivation of their residential addresses and the absence of substantial investments and economic incentives in that region. Kosovo has demonstrated that pain need not breed hostility. It can translate into understanding and support. Yet, Kosovo still waits recognition of its independence by many countries. I hope that these countries will soon acknowledge Kosovo's contribution to a fairer and more peaceful global community and grant Kosovo the recognition it deserves. Recognize Kosovo's independence. Excellencies, Albania, despite being a small nation with a young democracy, has history marked by wars it did not choose and domination it did not seek nor accept. While these are painful memories, they have also imparted invaluable lessons. It's precisely because of its history that Albania places great importance on international law as its foremost defense. We firmly embrace the principles of the rules-based international order, where relations among nations are founded on respect rather than sheer power. This commitment is why we have consistently and unequivocally condemned the military aggression against Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. Despite our size, Albania has been actively engaged on the international stage, both regionally and globally, in the pursuit of peace and security. However, we recognize that sustainable development is an integral component of achieving international peace and security. On the other hand, meaningful sustainable development is unattainable without a foundation of genuine peace and security. The unprovoked and unjustified Russian act of aggression against its neighbor sadly speaks louder than our words. This absurd and malicious war has directly and indirectly affected various dimensions of sustainable development, not only for Ukraine and the region, but also for the entire globe. This senseless war has disrupted trade, caused economical instability, destroyed infrastructure, including transport network and industrial facilities, and divert attention and resources away from addressing shared challenges, development, and implementing the 2030 agenda. The war in Ukraine has strained regional stability and affected cooperation among countries. It's highlighted geopolitical tensions and strained diplomatic relations, hindering international collaboration on sustainable development initiatives. The spillover effects of the war, including displacement, migration, and economic and security concerns, as we have witnessed, can have global ramifications that impede progress toward achieving sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania welcomed the SDG summit called by UN Secretary General and the political declaration adopted. It's a milestone in re-energizing our joint efforts and commitments to achieving the 2030 agenda. We firmly believe that the success of SDGs lies in our collective efforts to address challenges that hinder sustainable development. Collective efforts means the urgent needs for decisive actions to better support developing countries. Albania acknowledges the imperative for reforms and stands ready to work alongside the international community in ensuring an enabling environment that allows developing countries to actively participate in and benefit from the global economy. I would like to emphasize that Albania is committed to reducing domestic poverty and inequality levels by 2027 and 2030, in line with our nationally determined climate contributions. We recognize the need for comprehensive policy commitments to drive the necessary energy, food, digital, and social transitions to achieve these benchmarks. Aligning our national budget with SDGs, mainstreaming gender equality, revitalizing public sector capacities, and strengthening our data and monitoring systems are among the fundamental actions we prioritize. Albania recognizes the significance of this session as a pivotal moment for our world. It's an opportunity to shift from fear to hope and from deepening pessimism to accelerated actions. We are committed to playing our part and collaborating with the international community to ensure the successful realization of the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to bring to your attention Albania's position on one of the most debated issues today, that of multilateralism. Today's critical challenges show that universal reason is the only way out. We recognize that peace is indivisible. We cannot secure peace on the back of the people who perish in war. No one can truly have lasting peace until everyone has it. Albania recognized that human rights are indivisible. We cannot ensure basic rights for all if we select one subset of rights and ignore the rest. The suffering caused by torture or famine is hard to distinguish. It's unacceptable and unnecessary suffering that can be eliminated if we embrace all civil, political, socio-economic, and cultural rights. Albania is a candidate for the Human Rights Council in the upcoming election next month. If elected, we will be championing human rights in their broadest sense. This includes human rights, women's rights, children's rights, minority rights, and the fundamental rights to equal opportunities. We will work with other countries to protect, promote, and defend human rights and freedoms as a vital condition for individual and collective development and prosperity. On the region front, we eagerly anticipate the upcoming EU Western Balkan Summit in Tirana this October. We are committed to transforming our region into an example of trust and partnership that transcend borders and communities. Multilateralism is central to our collective endeavors. It is, above all, a vision of how states should cooperate to achieve better results for everyone. Fundamentally, it is about expectation of acceptable behavior in the future. Multilateralism is a normative key, requires us to consider not only whether existing arrangements are effective or efficient, but also whether existing multilateral practices and processes are fair and just. It's high time that we engage unconditionally, fully, and in good faith to achieve meaningful reforms of this House with the Security Council at its core. No state, government, or individual can be above the law. Albania supports the reform of the United Nations and its main bodies with the aim of strengthening the organization's ability to address the current emerging challenges and threats to international peace, security, and development. The power of the Security Council rests on its capacity to intervene decisively in the service of the peace and security. The question nowadays should no longer be whether the Council can interfere in the domestic realms of states or not. Rather, the question should be how the Council can intervene in an intelligent, reflective, and timely manner in the service of the values and mandate for which it was created. Dear Excellencies, since gaining independence in 1912, my country has undergone significant territorial transformation. Presently, Albania boasts captivating urban and rural landscapes that I wholeheartedly encourage you to explore. I mention this not merely to extend an invitation to Albania, but also to underscore the importance of territorial transformation that lies before us. In the face of climate change, this challenge runs as a red thread through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I hope that my country and our nations can effectively address this challenge by safeguarding our natural resources and cultural heritage. Our approach should involve respecting the diversity of these resources and collaborating with communities engaged in both environmental causes and culture preservation efforts. I firmly believe that this approach reinforces democracy, a political system uniquely capable of ensuring sustainable and fair development. It's in such a world that our younger generation can find joy and prosperity. Our collective efforts can pave the way for them to tell the story of successful collaboration, one that centers around us and this esteemed organization. Thank you so much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Albania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful, Mr. President, Honorable Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings of God be upon you. In the name of the government and people of Sudan, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on assuming the presidency of this session. I would also like to thank your predecessor and His Excellency, the Secretary General, for their efforts to counter the challenges that faced our world over the past year. Mr. President, since the 15th of April, the Sudanese people have been facing a destructive war launched by the rebel rapid support forces. They established alliances with tribal militias and other regional and international ones. They brought mercenaries from different corners of the globe, committing some of the most horrendous crimes against the Sudanese people. These groups have killed, looted, stolen, raped, and seized citizens' homes and properties. They have destroyed civil objects, be it public facilities, hospitals, state buildings, or government buildings. They attempted to obliterate the history of the Sudanese people by attacking museums, antiquities, by destroying land records, civil registries, and court registries. They've also looted banks, private and public corporations, and released prisoners and detainees, including those who have been wanted by international justice, including terrorists. These rebel groups have committed crimes against humanity and war crimes in many corners of Sudan. They have carried out ethnic cleansing and forced displacement, as well as sexual violence and killing based on ethnicity. They are guilty of torture and many acts that amount to war crimes in Darfur, Khartoum, and other places. What was witnessed in West Darfur and Al Junaina
مشابه له حدث في طويلة وفي مورني وفي منواشة وحتى في الخرطوم. ما حدث يمثل خير شاهد على ممارسات هذه القوات والمجموعات المتحالفة معها. نطالبكم السيد الرئيس والمجتمع الدولي باعتبار هذه القوات والمجموعات المتحالفة معها مجموعات إرهابية تستوجب أن يقف الجميع في وجهها ويحاربها لحماية الشعب السوداني والإقليم بل والعالم، حيث تسببت في مقتل الآلاف ونزوح وتشريد الملايين. سيد الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، رغم أن هذه القوات قد فعلت ما ذكرت، إلا أننا منذ بداية هجومها على الدولة طرقنا كل السبل من أجل إيقاف هذه الحرب، فكانت الاستجابة لكل مبادرة قدمت من الأشقاء والأصدقاء. فجلسنا في جدة بمبادرة كريمة من الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وحققنا تقدما جيدا لولا تعنت المتمردين ورفضهم الخروج من أحياء سكنية. أيضا قبلنا مبادرة الإيجاد ومبادرة دول الجوار التي انعقدت في مصر، وما زلنا حتى اليوم نمد أيادينا من أجل السلام ومن أجل إيقاف هذه الحرب ورفع المعاناة عن شعبنا. لذلك قبلنا مبادرة من الأشقاء في تركيا وجنوب السودان ويوغندا لإيجاد حلول، لكن كلها اصطدمت برفض المتمردين للحلول السلمية وإصرارهم على تدمير الدولة وإبادة وتهجير شعبها. سيد الرئيس، هذه الحرب يصنفها البعض بأنها حرب داخلية بين طرفين مسلحين، لكن الاعتداء لم يتوقف عند القوات المسلحة بل شمل كل مكونات الدولة. المواطنين الأبرياء ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة، المساليد في غرب دارفور ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة، منازل المواطنين ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة. إذن هذه الحرب لا ينبغي أن تصنف بين القوات المسلحة والدعم السريع، بل شملت كل مكونات الدولة. لكني أؤكد لكم أن خطرها أصبح يهدد السلم والأمن الإقليمي والدولي، حيث استعان المتمردون بمجموعات خارجة عن القانون ومجموعات إرهابية من عدة دول في الإقليم والعالم، مما يعتبر شرارة لانتقال الحرب إلى دول أخرى في المنطقة حول السودان، لأن التدخلات الإقليمية والدولية لمساندة هذه المجموعات أصبحت ظاهرة وواضحة، مما يعني بأن هذه أول الشرارة التي ستحرق الإقليم والمنطقة وتؤثر مباشرة على الأمن والسلم الدوليين. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أشكر الجهود المقدرة التي بذلتها الأمم المتحدة برعاية الأمين العام لدعم الوضع الإنساني في السودان. كذلك نقدر جهود وكالات الأمم المتحدة المختلفة والوكالات الدولية والإقليمية الأخرى وجهود الدول الشقيقة والصديقة التي بادرت في تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية والوقوف بجانب شعب السودان لتخفيف آثار هذه الحرب الإجرامية. من جانب حكومة السودان فقد تم فتح المطارات والموانئ وتسهيل حركة وعبور وتقديم المساعدات للقوافل وتذليل الصعاب التي تواجه العمل الإنساني، حيث تم تنسيق الجهود حيث تصل المساعدات لكل المحتاجين والمتضررين. وهنا نناشد الوكالات والدول للإيفاء بتعهداتهم لسد الفجوة الكبيرة في الغذاء والدواء والإيواء لقطاعات واسعة من الشعب السوداني التي تضررت جراء هذه الحرب التي يشنها متمردو الدعم السريع بقيادة أسرة دقلو. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكرام، إننا ما زلنا عند تعهداتنا السابقة بنقل السلطة إلى الشعب السوداني بتوافق عريض وتراضي وطني تخرج بموجبه القوات المسلحة نهائيا من العمل السياسي. ويكون تداول السلطة بالطرق الشرعية والسلمية المتمثلة في الانتخابات، حيث أننا نرى أن تكون هنالك مرحلة انتقالية قصيرة تدار فيها الدولة في حكومة مدنية من المستقلين، يتم خلالها معالجة الأوضاع الراهنة الأمنية والإنسانية والاقتصادية وإعادة الإعمار، تعقبها انتخابات عامة يختار من خلالها السودانيون من يحكمهم. كما نؤكد التزام الدولة بمواصلة الحوار مع الممانعين أخواننا عبد العزيز الحلو وعبد الواحد محمد نور للانضمام إلى مسيرة البناء الوطني، حيث أننا في ظل التزامنا التام باتفاقية السلام الموقعة في جوبا في العام 2020 قد قطعنا شوطا مقدرا في إحلال السلام ومعالجة جزء كبير من معضلات بناء الدولة السودانية. حضور الكرام، أؤكد التزام السودان بدعم المرأة والطفل والقطاعات الهشة لضمان تمتعهم بكافة حقوقهم وحمايتهم في ظل النزاعات القائمة حاليا، مع تجديد التزام حكومة السودان بالعمل على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وفي هذا الصدد فإن وقف وتجميد المساعدات الإنسانية والمساعدات الدولية الفترة الماضية قد أثر سلبا في تنفيذ تلك الأهداف، وأثر بصورة مباشرة في توسيع فجوة الحماية الاجتماعية ومجابهة التغييرات المناخية ومواجهة أزمة الغذاء وفاقم من أوضاع النازحين واللاجئين. وهنا نناشد المانحين ووكالات الإغاثة المختلفة بالاستمرار في دعم ومعالجة الأوضاع الإنسانية في السودان وتقديم المساعدة للمحتاجين من النازحين واللاجئين. قبل أن نختم، أجدد التأكيد بالمطالبة بتصنيف مجموعات الدعم السريع المتمردة والميليشيات المتحالفة معها كمجموعات إرهابية ارتكبت كل الجرائم التي تضعها في هذا التصنيف، وضرورة التعامل الحاسم مع من يدعمها كالقتل والحرق والاغتصاب والتهجير القسري والنهب والسرقة والتعذيب ونقل الأسلحة والمخدرات واستجلاب المرتزقة وتجنيد الأطفال، جرائم تستوجب المحاسبة والعقاب. كما أؤكد أن مؤسسات الدولة الشرعية القائمة من حكومة وقوات مسلحة وأجهزة أخرى لن تسمح بانتهاك سيادة الدولة أو النيل من كرامتها أو النيل من كرامة شعبها مهما كانت الكلفة. هنا لا بد أن أذكر وأذكر منظماتنا الإقليمية بأن تتحرر من الوصاية وتنظر إلى مصلحة الشعوب الأفريقية حتى تستعيد ثقة الأفارقة، فالحلول لمشاكلنا لن نستجدي من أجلها أحد يشاركنا في حلها حسب مصالحه أو مصالح بلده. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكريم، ختاما لك الشكر، وأشكر أيضا معالي الأمين العام لتفهمهم لأوضاعنا الداخلية والوقوف بجانب الشعب السوداني ودعمه المستمر. كما أشكر دول جوار السودان وأشقائه وأصدقائه الذين وقفوا إلى جانبه. كذلك الشكر لمنظماتنا الإقليمية وشعب السودان، وتقدم لكم جميعا بالشكر على مساندته وتجاوز هذه المحنة والهجمة البربرية التي تعرض لها من مجرمي الدعم السريع الإرهابيين. كما أنتهز هذه السانحة لأعرب عن تضامن الشعب السوداني مع أشقائه في المغرب وفي ليبيا لما أصابهم من كوارث وخرب. لابد لي أن أشكر جموع الشعب السوداني التي وقفت وساندت وتحملت طيلة الأشهر الماضية كل تلك التضحيات لتخليصها من غدر المجموعات الإرهابية المتمردة. أشكر لكم جميعا حسن استماعكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will continue with its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address from His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, at present, the international security situation is grim. Economic recovery lacks momentum, and the gap in development is widening. Natural disasters and extreme weather patterns are increasing. The global order faces multiple challenges, facing profound changes in the world, in our times, and in history. Chinese President Xi Jinping made a major call of building a community with a shared future for mankind. And he called on the international community to jointly build a world with lasting peace, universal security, and common prosperity, a world that is open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful. Since then, President Xi Jinping has proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. These initiatives have enriched the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind and set out a pathway toward realizing this goal. More and more countries have realized that they all share a huge stake of common survival and that unity and cooperation is the right way to take. Mr. President, colleagues, the historical trend of peace, development, and win-win cooperation is unstoppable. With this in mind, I call for taking steps in the following 4 areas. First, we should uphold equity and justice and safeguard peace and security. The security of all countries is interconnected. Indeed, the security of one country has an impact on that of other countries. It is important to follow the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and embark on a path to security featuring dialogue over confrontation, partnership over alliance, and win-win outcomes over a zero-sum game. We should address the legitimate security concerns of all countries and resolve differences and disputes in a peaceful way through dialogue and consultation. Communication and dialogue is an important way to achieve international security cooperation, and parties to a conflict or confrontation should never forget this. Cessation of hostilities and resumption of peace talk is the only way to settle the Ukraine crisis. China supports all efforts that are conducive to the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis and stands ready to continue playing a constructive role for the early attainment of peace. The Palestinian issue is at the core of the Middle East issue. The fundamental way out lies in the two-state solution. China will continue to support the Palestinian people in pursuing the just cause of restoring their lawful national rights. We should respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and observe the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China opposes hegemonism, power politics, unilateralism, and Cold War mentality. A small number of countries have arbitrarily imposed illegal and unilateral sanctions, severely undermining the harmony and stability of international relations. The international community should jointly resist such acts. China firmly supports the Cuban people in their just struggle to defend their sovereignty and oppose external interference and blockade. We appreciate Cuba's efforts to fight terrorism. We should maintain security in both traditional and non-traditional domains. Nuclear war must not be fought, and nuclear weapons must not be used. China is the only country among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that has pledged no first use of nuclear weapons. China attaches great importance to conventional arms control and will soon complete its ratification of the UN Firearms Protocol. China will carry out demining cooperation in ASEAN countries in the next 3 years to help them eliminate this hazard at an early date. China supports the UN with full respect for the governance principles and practices of all countries, in serving as the main channel in creating a widely accepted AI governance framework, standards, and norms. Second, we should pursue mutual benefit, deliver win-win outcomes, and achieve development for all. Development should be placed at the center of the international agenda, and development benefit should reach every country and individual in a fairer way. China will continue to contribute to building a global community of development. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative put forward by China. More than 3,000 cooperation projects have been launched under the framework of this initiative. The China-Europe Railway Express had 16,000 freight services in 2022, which fully demonstrates the vitality of the Belt and Road Initiative. Next month, China will host the 3rd Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. We will further advance both Belt and Road cooperation and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We should fully and effectively implement the Paris Agreement. Developed countries should do more to reduce emissions and provide developing countries with financing, technology, and capacity-building support. China will continue to pursue ecological conservation on a priority basis, advance green and low-carbon development, stop building any new coal-fired power projects abroad, vigorously support other developing countries in developing green and low-carbon energy, and help them build more green energy projects. China will continue to actively respond to climate change. Third, we should stay open and inclusive and advance human civilization. Diversity of civilizations is an invaluable asset for human development. Indeed, diversity is a defining feature of human civilization. Different countries and civilizations should prosper together by respecting each other, advance together by drawing on each other's strength, and seek win-win outcomes by pursuing common ground while setting aside differences. Promoting and protecting human rights is a cause pursued by all countries, and ensuring a good life for people is the biggest human right. As countries have different histories, traditions, and conditions, we must and can only explore a path of human rights development suited to our national conditions in response to the needs of our people. We should advance the international human rights cause through dialogue and cooperation, and oppose politicization and double standard. In particular, the use of human rights and democracy as a political tool to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Fourth, we should stay true to multilateralism and improve global governance. China is firm in supporting the international system with the UN at its core. The UN should make advances in all the 3 pillar areas of security, development, and human rights in a balanced manner, and see that all countries jointly safeguard universal security, share development achievements, and chart the course for the future of the world. Major countries should lead by example and deliver on their commitment to multilateralism. Next year, the UN will hold the Summit of the Future. The international community should follow the direction of a multipolar world and democracy in international relations. Use this occasion to promote reform in such areas as peace and security, economy, finance, and trade in a coordinated manner. Increase the representation and say of developing countries and make global governance more just and equitable. Mr. President, colleagues, last October, the Communist Party of China convened its 20th National Congress, during which an inspiring blueprint was drawn for achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. Chinese modernization involves a huge population. It aims to deliver prosperity for all Chinese people, promote material and cultural ethical advancement, and achieve harmony between humanity and nature and peaceful development. By pursuing Chinese modernization, we will boost world peace and development and make new and greater contributions to the advancement of human civilization. China stays committed to opening itself wider to the world. Today, the Chinese economy is already an integral part of the global economy. We will continue to expand opening up in a systemic way, promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, open the market further to foreign investment, and protect the lawful rights and interests of foreign investors. We will continue to add new momentum to global economic development, and we welcome all countries to share in the opportunities and benefits created by China's development. China stays committed to an independent foreign policy. Independence is the defining feature of China's diplomacy, and defiance of hegemony is a distinctive feature of China's diplomacy. No matter what stage of development it reaches, China will never practice hegemony and expansion. China will uphold the common values of humanity, that is, peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom, and continue to advance peaceful, open, cooperative, and common development. China stays committed to safeguarding its sovereignty and territorial integrity. There is but one China in the world. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. And Taiwan has been an inalienable part of China's territory since ancient times. No one, no force should ever underestimate the firm resolve, strong will, and the power of the Chinese people to safeguard their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Realizing China's complete reunification is a shared aspiration of all the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation. We will continue to strive for peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and the utmost effort. China will remain a member of the big family of developing countries. As the largest developing country, China is a natural member of the global South. It breathes the same breath with other developing countries and shares the same future with them. China is firm in upholding the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries. It supports and respects their efforts to independently decide on their development paths in keeping with their national conditions. Mr. President, colleagues, China will work unremittingly to promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind, to fulfill the mission of a major country and responsibility for the future of humanity. China will work with all other peace-loving countries committed to development to deliver a brighter future for the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the People's Republic of China for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiamoko Melia Kon, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Timoko Mele Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency, Mr. President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, Mr. President, it is an honor to represent at this tribune the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Alassane Ouattara. I wish to convey to you President Ouattara's warm congratulations and words of welcome which I associate myself with. I wish also on behalf of the President, Mr. Ouattara, to convey our warm congratulations to you, Mr. President of the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Congratulations not just on your election, but also I wish to commend you for the effective stewardship of our work. I wish to thank the Secretary General once again and wish to assure him of our full support for his various initiatives which are geared towards making the United Nations more than ever before a center for the harmonization of the efforts of nations. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this session is being held in a context of tremendous uncertainty for our planet and for our states, which have been encountering large-scale crises. This situation has been significantly impeding the implementation of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and has also constrained our ability to collectively surmount these challenges. As we take stock of the situation, it is our duty to be clear-eyed, to recognize the fact that the anticipated resources for the financing of this important agenda are lacking. They are lacking specifically for developing countries. Given this observation, there is a need for us to move quickly, to stand in solidarity. We must ensure that the financing for the Sustainable Development Goals is both lasting and predictable. The noble ambition of Agenda 2030 cannot continue to hinge on security expenditures which continue to increase with each passing year throughout the world. For this reason, my delegation applauds the very relevant theme of this 78th session, a theme which invites us to engage further, to step up our efforts to achieve the SDGs. To that end, we must promptly reduce the cost of conflicts which thwart our country's development. To do so, we must embrace conflict prevention and peaceful resolution mechanisms. At the same time, our governments must step up and enhance the resilience of our economies to ensure that the economies can contribute to the financing of the SDGs. To that end, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes with particular interest the Secretary General's proposal of a new agenda for peace, the purpose of which is to rethink our priorities for the preservation and enhancement of our collective security. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the international community to mobilize, to act, so that the parties to the conflict in Ukraine and all of their external partners engage on the path to a peaceful resolution to this war, beyond the risk of escalating violence and human rights violations. This conflict fuels global inflation. This conflict has resulted in shortages in essential food products and has threatened to plunge millions of people into hunger. Given its scope and its consequences, the financial flows that this war has mobilized, in light of all of this, the war in Ukraine has certainly undermined the financing of Agenda 2030. My country also calls upon the international community to engage alongside Africa as we fight armed terrorist groups which destabilize entire sectors of the continent, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa. The fight against terrorism is costly for African countries, particularly for Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire has been hosting thousands of refugees from neighboring crisis-ridden countries. There are significant financial resources that are needed but lacking to finance the priorities, expenditures, as well as the SDGs. Everywhere they have entrenched themselves, armed terrorist groups have been annihilating decades of progress. Progress in key sectors such as education, healthcare, culture, and employment has been reversed. They have denied women and minorities their basic rights. They reject the very idea of freedom and democracy. That having been said, and in view of this, my country invites the United Nations and ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, to consider financing modalities for the counterterrorism priority actions. These were adopted by ECOWAS in 2019, and the implementation of this has been delayed. Côte d'Ivoire has been seeing to the effective operations of the Jacquesville International Academy for Counterterrorism. This academy was established with the support of both bilateral and multilateral partners, and the academy also currently enjoys a stellar reputation. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change persists as a challenge and has significantly impacted economies and our ability to tackle the challenge of development financing. Developing countries such as Côte d'Ivoire have contributed marginally to climate change, and yet we are disproportionately affected, and we pay the highest price. We are an agricultural country, and my country has an ambition to step up the fight against the consequences of climate change in order to boost the resilience of our population. First and foremost, the aim is to improve sustainable management of natural resources and biodiversity, and subsequently, we aim to cultivate in our population a civic awareness for the preservation of the environment and the advancement of sustainable development. To that end, we urge partners who have adopted a commitment alongside us during COP15, organized in Abidjan in May 2023, to pursue their support for the implementation of the Abidjan Initiative, which is also called the Abidjan Legacy Program. This hallmark initiative for land restoration, for the preservation of the biodiversity, and for the development of responsible agriculture is an opportunity for both current and future generations. In light of current challenges, bilateral and multilateral partners need to meet their financial commitments under the Paris Climate Agreement. They should thereby facilitate the entry into force of the Loss and Damage Fund, which was established during COP27 in Egypt. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the success of the African Summit on Climate, held in Nairobi on the 5th to the 6th of September 2023. And we applaud the exceptional mobilization of Africa to have our voice heard during the forthcoming COP28 in Dubai. I wish to take this opportunity to invite the international community to support the Nairobi climate recommendations, specifically with respect to enhancement production capacity for renewable energies in Africa. The proliferation and succession of violent climate events have been observed in recent years, and this has resulted in widespread, significant material damage and tragic human casualties and costs. These ravages are a consequence of our climate inaction, and it wipes out progress achieved in the area of the SDGs, specifically for the most vulnerable countries, the countries most vulnerable to climate change. This reflects just how much the fight against climate change will require greater solidarity as well as resources dedicated to the financing of the SDGs, and will also require that both our economies and our societies adapt. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the fragility of our health systems and has, among other things, slowed down the pace of economic growth in Africa. COVID-19 has also served as a reminder of the importance of forging meaningful international solidarity to tackle the multifaceted threats which humanity continues to face. The repercussions of COVID-19 continue to loom over our economies and affect our capability to address urgent social demands. We must draw lessons from the threat that can once again imperil the entire world. For this reason, my delegation welcomes the conduct during this session of high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparation, and response, as well as on the fight against tuberculosis, as well as on universal health coverage. Turning to universal health coverage, I wish to recall the fact that my country has adopted a regime entitled Universal Health Coverage. This entered into force in October 2019. I hope that the sharing of experience during this session will offer an opportunity for our health coverage systems to be enhanced. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the aegis of the President of the Republic, Côte d'Ivoire has been shoring up our democratic progress. This has been attested to recently by the smooth conduct of recent municipal, regional, and senatorial elections, which we organized respectively on the 2nd and 16th of September 2023. These elections saw large turnout with all political parties participating. They were carried out in a transparent and calm way, thereby demonstrating the political maturity of the people of Côte d'Ivoire. Stability, peace, and democracy which reign in Côte d'Ivoire have allowed the President of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Ouattara, to pursue his efforts towards the transformation and modernization of his country. There has been remarkable progress achieved by Côte d'Ivoire in all sectors. This has fostered significant headway in the achievement of the SDGs. The solidity of the Ivorian economy has helped to significantly reduce poverty rates, which are presently at approximately 36.5% as compared to 56% in 2011. These rates should continue to move downwards and drop to 20% by 2030. At the same time, since 2015, there has been an ambitious program in place of productive social networks to assist the most vulnerable households. In the same vein, the government adopted an ambitious social program, the PSGov. This program helps to counter social fragility. The policy of the government and successive national development plans have helped to improve progress towards the SDGs in Côte d'Ivoire. However, this social progress has been undermined by large refugee flows from neighboring countries stricken by terrorism. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have all arrived at the same conclusion. Our states are far from being in a position to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The financing of our development agenda reflects the urgent need for a multilateral approach. Multilateralism to tackle current global challenges. And there is also a need for us to consider the need to reform global governance at all levels and to restore the meaning of solidarity among nations, a principle dear to His Excellency President Ouattara, which we were also invited to embrace by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in his opening statement for this session. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Ivory Coast for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. And I invite Her Excellency to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly and assure you of Uganda's full support. I would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Saba Kososi, for his stewardship of the 77th session, and I pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his leadership and commitment to the work of the United Nations. Mr. President, as we mark 78 years of existence of the United Nations, we yearn for a revitalized organization capable of addressing current emerging global challenges. We believe that multilateralism remains a fundamental and crucial mechanism for addressing our common challenges together as nations in solidarity. We pledge to work together with the entire membership of the United Nations towards making our organization fit for purpose and relevant for our times. In this regard, Uganda remains committed to the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative and to address the historical injustices committed against the people of Africa as spelled out by the Common African Position and enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and the Sate Declaration. Mr. President, Uganda acknowledges that timely and full implementation of the SDG 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is crucial for the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, the government has continued to take bold actions to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda nationally. Notable actions include the operationalization of voluntary local reviews and institution of the National Sustainable Development Goals Conference held annually with the participation of all stakeholders to discuss the process so far achieved and agree on the actions to ensure full compliance. Nationally, we continue to register steady progress in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, whose progress shall be contained in the third Voluntary National Review Report to be presented during the High-Level Political Forum under the auspices of the UN Economic and Social Council in July 2024. Mr. President, peace and security is fundamental and crucial in achieving sustainable development. Therefore, we need to reflect on the original purposes of the United Nations and the work to resolve man-made conflicts and global insecurity through cooperation, diplomacy, and peaceful means. In this regard, Uganda has continued to work with partners to support and advance peace, stability, and security initiatives in the region and beyond, so as to eliminate terrorism, mistrust, and other conditions that undermine development. We remain actively involved in the regional initiatives, particularly those under the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, the East African Community, and the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. Our involvement is based on the fundamental values of multilateralism. As the international community, we must be steadfast in our resolve to support dialogue and the peaceful resolution of conflicts whenever they occur around us and anywhere else in the world. Mr. President, Uganda has been at the forefront of receiving large numbers of refugees from within the region and ranks as one of the top refugee hosting countries. Uganda extends her gratitude to the UN member states and other development partners for the support and assistance rendered to the country and refugees respectively. We are working closely with the UN and partners to address the root cause of displacements. Uganda remains committed to shoulder its responsibilities and obligations in addressing the plight of refugees as a pioneer of the progressive refugee policy outlined in the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. As one of the co-conveners of the Global Refugee Forum, we commend all the states and other actors for their sustained commitment over the last 3 years, and we call upon member states and stakeholders to continue their commitment to pledge towards initiatives that advance the principle of burden and responsibility sharing, central to the compact during the forthcoming Global Refugee Forum. Mr. President, the Constitution of Uganda provides for the protection of the rights and freedoms of all Ugandans, as well as for the promotion of culture. Uganda has institutional safeguards which address grievances of human rights abuses. Objective 24 of the Constitution states that cultural and customary values are consistent with the fundamental human rights and freedoms, human dignity, and democracy. Our approach to human rights is to respect other people's values, and as we expect others to respect our values, which are deep-rooted in our culture. We therefore call for mutual respect of sovereignty. We believe that human rights considerations, especially in the face of varying cultural values, should not become the moderating factor in our long-term relationship with our development partners, with whom we will continue to engage in a proactive manner. Mr. President, regarding the culture equality, over 34.9% of the parliamentary and executive seats in Uganda are composed of women. On economic empowerment, Uganda has embarked on poverty alleviation programs which target women and youth participation in the economy. We are currently promoting value addition, value chain, and public procurement from the various Uganda Women Entrepreneurship programs. With the creation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, women will participate in cross-border trade within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, work still needs to be done in Uganda to achieve full gender equality. Mr. President, climate change continues to undermine the ability of all nations to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, we continue to witness climate and weather extremes causing considerable loss of lives and property. We remain concerned that countries that are less contributors to the global greenhouse gases continue to be disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. In this regard, Mr. President, my country extends its sincere condolences to the people of Morocco following the devastating 6.8 magnitude earthquake, which claimed more than 800 lives, and the people of Libya following the aftermath of Storm Daniel that resulted in the unprecedented flooding and loss of lives. To address the adverse impacts of climate change, Uganda continues to take bold climate adaptation and mitigation measures that include increasing access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to enhance production and value addition, increasing forest and wetland cover, and championing the operationalization of climate-smart agriculture, among others. In line with our ambitions updated nationally, determined contributions. However, we note that the lack of sufficient means of implementation continues to undermine our efforts to adequately address the impacts of climate change. We thus reiterate our call to the developed country parties in line with the Paris Agreement to fulfill their commitment of providing the US $100 billion annually to developing countries parties through 2025 to assist with respect to both mitigation and adaptation. Mr. President, we remain deeply concerned about the increasing trend in biodiversity loss. We believe that the full and timely implementation of the decisions adopted at the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity are fundamental to effectively address biodiversity loss. In this context, Government of Uganda has continued to take bold actions to address biodiversity loss. These actions include, among others, complete restoration of all degraded wetlands, reforestation, as well as prosecution of all those involved in illegal activities that undermine the preservation of flora and fauna. Our view, Mr. President, is that conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity remains a commitment for all nations and humankind. We therefore urge the international community to provide developing countries with sufficient means of implementation in terms of financing, capacity building, and technological transfer to support their efforts to address the challenges of biodiversity loss. Mr. President, developing countries continue to face unprecedented financing challenges which undermine their ability to achieve sustainable development. We believe that urgent need to reform the international financing architecture is fundamental and crucial in addressing these challenges. These reforms must be substantial to ensure that developing countries are well represented to effectively and efficiently participate in the decision-making of these international financial institutions. Our view is that these international financial institutions should support developing countries in their development efforts in accordance with their national policies and legal frameworks. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic presented a multitude of challenges to global health systems and essential health services. This crisis not only reversed hard-fought health gains, but has also inflicted severe economic hardships, especially in developing countries like Uganda. We have witnessed widespread job losses, disruptions in supply chains, decreased foreign investments, and increased poverty rates. These economic setbacks further exacerbate the already existing challenges towards meeting the 2030 agenda. In Uganda, for instance, despite earlier progress, access to universal health care today stands at 65%, which is well short of the SDG target of 100%. The crisis, while daunting, also presents opportunities for us to rethink and reinforce our commitment to health care and the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the challenges, I am happy to report that Uganda has registered positive achievements in some effective disease control measures, as demonstrated by its swift and successful response to the Ebola outbreak. Through diligent efforts and the collaboration of healthcare professionals and the government, Uganda declared the end of the Ebola outbreak caused by Sudan Ebola virus on 11 January 2023, just 4 months after the first case was confirmed in September 2022. This accomplishment underscores the importance of surveillance, contact tracing, and infection prevention and control in swiftly mitigating public health crises. By working together and capitalizing on expertise and infrastructure development in these areas, we can collectively contribute to a healthier, more resilient world. Mr. President, the non-aligned movement remains a key player in handling current and emerging global challenges within the United Nations. The movement remains relevant in serving the interests of its member states in line with its founding principles and purposes. In this regard, Uganda, as the incoming chair of NAM, will closely work with other NAM countries to further strengthen the tenets and values of the organization and the important role that the movement plays within the United Nations and other international fora. As host of the 19th NAM Summit, We look forward to welcoming the NAM heads of state and government to Kampala, Uganda from 19th to 20th January 2024. Finally, Mr. President, the South-South cooperation remains a strong element of international cooperation within the countries of the Global South, which must be enhanced. We continue to witness the solidarity exhibited by countries in the Global South to extend support to their global counterparts to address the multiple challenges. We therefore commend these countries for the solidarity. Uganda will continue to support the strengthening of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, as well as North-South cooperation with the United Nations. As the third South Summit host, we look forward to welcoming the leaders of G77 plus China to Kampala, Uganda, from 21st to 23rd January 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Ambassador Denis Francis, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and goodwill message of peace, progress and stability from His Excellency President Adama Barrow and the government and people of the Gambia, Africa's smiling coast. Mr. President, we congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly and thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Zaba Korosi, for his sterling leadership during the 77th session. We also express our gratitude to Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of our organization, for his hands-on leadership during these hairy and turbulent times the world over. Mr. President, the world is facing numerous crises and a multiplicity of daunting challenges that raise serious questions about the readiness and viability of our multilateral institutions and arrangements in the event of another crisis or pandemic. The priorities of our times urgently warrant our collective attention and action. We must therefore undertake major reforms and organize our institutions better to make them fit for purpose. Achieving this has to begin with renewing our faith in both the Charter of the United Nations and inclusive multilateralism. For these reasons, we believe that the theme for this session, Rebuilding Trust and Igniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all, mirrors the Gambia's national ethos of peace, progress and prosperity. Our world is in dire need of rebuilding that lost trust, and our multilateral institutions must assist in regaining it by first reforming and retooling ourselves. From underdevelopment to climate change, unsustainable debts to cost of living crisis, and conflicts to marginalization, we need to cooperate better and share the burden of solutions equitably through greater partnerships and solidarity. Mr. President, we have 7 more years before the decade of action ends, yet the story on our global attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals is not very positive. It is a story of unfulfilled commitments, weak international cooperation, and lack of genuine global solidarity. It is a story that is all too common when it comes to implementing global commitments. Consequently, we must recognize these global challenges and redouble our efforts by recommitting ourselves to the attainment of the SDGs in the Global South. If we remain on our current trajectory without effecting corrective action, the world's most vulnerable peoples will be left behind and much further we can even fathom. As LDCs, we call for the steadfast implementation of the new Doha Programme of Action so that it will not be another lost decade of unfulfilled commitments. Mr. President, in view of the current harsh economic realities across the Global South, many developing countries are contending with unsustainable debt burdens that are compromising their ability to dig themselves out of poverty. In the quest for post-pandemic recovery, debt servicing is severely shrinking our economies, especially in the least developed countries. It is essential to find ways to address this burden urgently, as most of our countries run the risk of being left behind. Our goal is to recover by building back our economies much better and faster, and to create the policy space that would once again generate growth. With a deep sense of urgency, the international community should step up its efforts through new and existing initiatives towards finding durable solutions to the debt problem. In sum, we must get back on track to attaining the SDGs. Mr. President, the issue of debt relief for LDCs is linked to the necessity for greater reform of the international financial institutions and their decision-making mechanisms, particularly those relating to development finance and debt. We join other developing countries in calling for reforms that ensure our greater participation and a stronger voice in decision-making. Also, we would like to see mechanisms developed that adequately mainstream our concerns and interests in decisions that affect us. In this context, we strongly welcome the recent designation of a permanent seat for the African Union at the G20 group. This will immensely amplify Africa's voice and participation in global geopolitical and development issues that concern the well-being of its people. Mr. President, one of the important global issues affecting Africa is negatively disproportionate waste in climate change. Africa is paying a very heavy price for global warming, even though it is the least contributor to climate change. Cataclysmic weather events that currently impact our world clearly make it imperative and urgent to undertake collective action to tackle climate change for a more livable world. The world is neither short of climate action commitments nor the financial resources to match our ambition, but we are short of the genuine political will to act decisively. When shall we meet the $100 billion annual commitment to combat the phenomenon? Shall we ever agree on the modalities for the loss of damage fund at COP28? These are important questions to ask, considering the prevailing mistrust that continues to characterize the global dialogue on climate change and climate action. We have to act soonest and rebuild trust in our collective fight against global warming. In the Gambia, through our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, we are acting through various initiatives and projects to combat climate change. We call on member states and the international community to fulfill their commitments towards Mother Earth with a greater sense of urgency. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the Gambia, I extend our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the Kingdom of Morocco in the wake of the recent earthquake that have struck their nation. Our thoughts are with the affected communities as they recover from these tragic events. Additionally, we sympathize with all countries that have recently endured the devastating consequences of deadly floods, wildfires, and other natural disasters exacerbated by the effects of climate change. These events serve as a stark reminder of the urgent need for collective action to address the challenges posed by our changing climate. The Gambia reaffirms its commitment to working together with the international community to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Mr. President, our world is also facing a lot of challenges relating to maintenance of international peace and security. In Africa, we continue to face the threat of terrorism, piracy, the emergence of unconstitutional change of governments, civil strife, and armed conflicts across the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. The scenario is similar across parts of the Middle East. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict is another matter of serious geopolitical concern in view of its wider global impact. The institutional failures, human suffering, and huge number of lives lost would serve as a wake-up call for all member states. It is an understatement to state that the institutions, mechanisms, and processes we have created in the aftermath of World War II are inadequate, with reference to preventing the scourge of war. It is thus pressing to revisit our responses to conflicts and devise new and effective arrangements for conflict resolution and management. Today, we are hamstrung by the weaknesses of our institutions and arrangements, largely exacerbated by mistrust and lack of true international solidarity. In the face of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we call on the warring parties to give peace a chance. We further call on them to respect the sanctity of human life. It is only through negotiation and political dialogue that such conflicts can end. We also call on our brothers and sisters in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa to choose peace over armed conflict. Mr. President, since our political transition in 2017, the Gambia has committed itself to the consolidation of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Good governance, accountability, and institutional reforms are progressively taking root in our society. Sustaining and building the peace that we have so heavily invested in will remain a priority for the government. We have also instituted such transitional justice mechanisms that have yielded substantial results, and we are fully committed to implementing the recommendations of the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparation Commissions set up in 2018. Mr. President, West Africa is facing serious challenges in connection with development, democratic governance, the rule of law, peace and security. As we grapple with these regional challenges, let me assure you that in the Gambia, we are truly committed to nurturing our young democracy, institutional building, protecting and promoting fundamental rights and freedoms, as well as women and youth empowerment. We are now enjoying the dividends of democracy, and we believe it is the best form of governance for our people. Furthermore, in our quest to inclusively deliver the dividends of democracy and build a more secure and prosperous Gambia, the government recently developed a new Green-Focused Recovery National Development Plan 2023-2027 as successor to the 2018-2021 National Development Plan. While appreciating the support and partnership received during implementation of the NDP, the Gambia solicits the continued support and partnership of all our friends, partners, and the international community to successfully implement its new development master plan. Mr. President, the pursuit of peace around the world is one of the central pillars of the United Nations work. Adaptability of the organization to resolve ongoing, new or emerging peace and security challenges is worthy of sober reflection. Peacekeeping missions in situations where terrorism, violent extremism, or gang violence is endemic demand serious dialogue within the organization. No society should be held hostage because our institutional arrangements are ineffectively suited for action in such situations. Traditional peacekeeping has worked in a lot of situations, but it has come under enormous pressure in recent times. Such difficult experiences, as exemplified in some peacekeeping missions in Africa, flag the wisdom for reform. As a demonstration of our commitment to peacekeeping undertakings, in support of the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping, we have agreed with Bangladesh, through the support of the Secretariat, to jointly deploy a battalion in a suitable peacekeeping mission. This is an innovative arrangement where our two countries will collaborate to advance peace. Mr. President, allow me to share some thoughts on topical international political developments and situations that require our attention. The maltreatment of migrants around the world is a matter of serious concern to my delegation. Migrants are human beings with human rights, and they deserve to be treated humanely. We are appalled by the cruel and degrading treatment meted out to migrants at certain borders in Africa and beyond. We call on the United Nations to investigate these incidents and crimes committed against migrants with a view to protecting them and their families. Criminalizing migration or treating migrants as criminals is unacceptable. Let us open legal pathways for migration and the regularization of the status of migrants in line with our international commitments, including those under the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. Mr. President, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been going on for too long. The conflict requires a lasting solution. Settlement activities need to stop. We express serious concern over the ongoing loss of life and injuries suffered by Palestinians in the region. Mr. President, allow me to commend the Kingdom of Morocco once again for the efforts they continue to undertake towards the resolution of the dispute in the Moroccan Sahara. The Gambia reaffirms its strong support for the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative, which we believe serves as a serious, credible, realistic compromise solution that could resolve the dispute as affirmed in relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, our bilateral relationship with the People's Republic of China is founded on the principle of peaceful coexistence, mutual respect, and a commitment to mutually beneficial development. We therefore strongly endorse the One China policy. Mr. President, allow me to highlight that reform of the United Nations, especially that of the Security Council, is long overdue. Africa's marginalization and underrepresentation in the membership of the Council calls for corrective measures. After more than 75 years of existence, this body deserves urgent reforms to regain the world's trust. In furtherance of this call, my delegation strongly supports the common African position on this important issue. Mr. President, in conclusion, rebuilding trust across the wide spectrum of issues that I have raised is a matter of topmost priority. The urgency of rebuilding trust in our multilateral institutions across the globe is glaringly evident. To avoid exclusion of the most vulnerable members in this decade of action, the Gambia calls for greater international cooperation and renewed solidarity. We call on all to make huge difference if we commit to rekindle global solidarity through these critical times. Concerted global action, sustained international solidarity, and increased partnerships are the antidote for our current global challenges. I thank you for your attention.
Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang Mage, the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great honor in welcoming His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang, Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor Presidente del 78º periodo ordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefes de Delegaciones. Excelentísimo señor Secretario General. Distinguidos delegados, señoras y señores. En nombre y representación de Su Excelencia Obiang Ngema, Presidente de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, sean mis primeras palabras para felicitar al excelentísimo señor Denis Francis por su unánime elección como presidente de este 78º periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General y a los miembros de la mesa. Le garantizamos la absoluta seguridad y certeza de que contará con el apoyo y colaboración de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial durante la vigencia de su presidencia. Queremos trasladar la máxima expresión de nuestra solidaridad al Reino de Marruecos, así como al Estado de Libia, por las tragedias que estos dos países hermanos han experimentado recientemente, ocasionando numerosas pérdidas de vidas humanas y la destrucción de cuantiosas infraestructuras.
And to massive
Señor
destruction of
Presidente,
infrastructure.
Excelencias, señoras y
Mr.
señores,
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
ciertamente, y como reza el lema de este 78º periodo
the
ordinario
theme of
de
this
sesiones de la Asamblea
78th
General
session of the General
de
Assembly
construir
is
la
quite
confianza
rightly
y reavivar la
rebuilding
solidaridad
trust
global,
and reigniting global
acelerar la
solidarity,
acción sobre la Agenda 2030
accelerating action
y
on the
sus objetivos de
2030
desarrollo
agenda
sostenible
and its
hacia la
sustainable
paz,
development goals
la
towards
prosperidad,
peace,
el progreso
prosperity,
y la sostenibilidad
progress,
para
and
todos.
sustainability for all.
En efecto, felicitamos la pertinencia
We
de
do
ese
indeed
tema
welcome the
por
relevance of this
encuadrarse
theme
perfectamente
because
en el actual contexto
it
de los
points
problemas
at
más
the very
candentes
heart
que atraviesa
of the
actualmente el
burning
mundo,
issues which the world is currently
destacándose,
facing.
entre otros, los conflictos bélicos,
It
la
focuses inter alia
exacerbación
on
de la
conflicts,
existencia de grupos armados,
on the increase in the number of
la
armed
real
groups,
amenaza terrorista
on the
y el
real threat of
mercenariado,
terrorism and
el cambio
mercenarism,
climático,
on climate
la
change,
perspectiva de nuevas crisis sanitarias,
on the prospect of new
la crisis
health
económica y
crises,
financiera,
and on the
así
economic and
como
financial
la crisis
crisis,
alimentaria
as well as on the food
que es
crisis,
susceptible de provocar
which may well
hambrunas en
lead
diferentes
to
países.
famine in a number of countries.
En ese sentido, que el momento es tan decisivo y determinante
This is
que exige
a
a los líderes del
decisive and
mundo
crucial crossroads,
buscar soluciones
and
duraderas,
leaders of the world must find
consensuadas,
lasting,
transformadoras y
consensual,
sostenibles
transformative, and
como
sustainable
desafíos
solutions
entrelazados que
in order
impactan de
to
forma
tackle the
transversal
multifaceted
y
challenges
negativa a todos los continentes
which
de
are
la planeta.
impacting all of the continents of our
Presidente,
planet. Mr.
Una
President,
vez más,
once again,
nos presentamos aquí
we are here
para denunciar y
to
condenar
denounce
las injerencias de
condemn
ciertos países
interference
en la
by some
explotación de
countries
nuestros recursos naturales
and exploitation
que
by some
continúan
countries of
siendo
our
un factor
natural
determinante
resources.
que causa
This
el
continues to be
subdesarrollo,
a major factor leading
los
to
conflictos
underdevelopment,
y
to
inestabilidades,
conflicts and to instability.
así como la muy preocupante y cada vez más grave
We are very
situación que atraviesan
concerned
los
about
países
the
del Sahel,
increasingly serious situation in the
así
countries of the
como otras
Sahel,
regiones del
as well
continente
as in other
africano,
regions of the
con
African continent,
implicaciones muy negativas para el desarrollo de los mismos.
which has a very negative impact on the
África
development of those
merece una
countries.
atención prioritaria
Africa should
de las
receive
iniciativas de apoyo y
priority attention
asistencia,
in support
con
initiatives
una
and in
decisiva
financing for
materialización
development.
de los compromisos de financiación al
Financing
desarrollo
for
sostenible
development commitments
para la
must be
ejecución
implemented
de los
so
objetivos
that we can
contenidos
reach the
en
goals
la Agenda
of Agenda
2030,
2030,
no dejando a
so
nadie
that
detrás
we leave no one
para
behind,
vencer todos los
and
fenómenos
so
que
that we can
constituyen
overcome all of the
factores que
phenomena
dificultan el desarrollo de
which
África.
hamper development in Africa.
Expresamos nuestra gran preocupación
We
por
are
las
quite
crisis
concerned
crónicas que viene
at the
sufriendo
chronic
Haití
crises in Haiti.
y que se encuentran
That
actualmente
country
asediado por una banda de criminales que inflige enormes daños a la población. Para ello, Guinea Ecuatorial propone la celebración de una conferencia de las Naciones Unidas para Haití, a fin de analizar en profundidad esta situación y poder encontrar una solución sostenible y duradera. Guinea Ecuatorial reitera insistentemente sobre la necesidad de reformar el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, incluyendo el Consejo de Seguridad, que supone hoy en día una de las grandes injusticias y que constituye una grave falta de la aplicación del derecho internacional. El continente africano sigue siendo víctima de la injusticia histórica de ser el único continente sin representación permanente en el Consejo de Seguridad, pese al hecho de que gran parte de los asuntos que figuran en la agenda de este órgano decisorio son cuestiones que conciernen a África. Señor presidente, señoras y señores, en este mundo cada vez más interdependiente, donde nadie puede caminar por sí solo, manifestamos nuestro rotundo rechazo a la imposición de medidas coercitivas de manera unilateral que atentan contra los principios y propósitos de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Instamos a los estados a que se abstengan de promulgarlas y aplicarlas, ya que constituyen un serio obstáculo para el desarrollo de los estados, especialmente para los países en desarrollo. Alzamos una vez más nuestra voz para que sea levantado de forma inmediata el embargo comercial, económico y financiero impuesto contra la República de Cuba hace varias décadas. Este país hermano merece la oportunidad de insertarse en el contexto mundial como país soberano. Señor presidente, señoras y señores, antes de terminar, me gustaría informarles que el gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial tiene concebido el Plan Estratégico 2035 para la diversificación económica y deseamos que nuestros socios nos acompañen para la implementación de este plan. Para ello, extendemos una invitación a los hombres de negocios de todos los países amigos y hermanos para que vengan a invertir en el atractivo mercado nacional. Vivimos en un mundo globalizado. Por tanto, es de esperar que forjemos alianzas de colaboración y de apoyo solidario a través del diálogo franco e inclusivo para resolver pacíficamente los actuales conflictos y las desigualdades, así como nuestras diferencias. Hacemos un llamamiento sobre la necesidad y la importancia de dar una mayor prioridad al multilateralismo y a la cooperación internacional, tan necesario para hacer frente a los desafíos globales con los que se enfrenta actualmente la humanidad en su conjunto. Nuestra determinación de abordar cuestiones apremiantes desde el cambio climático hasta la paz, la seguridad y el desarrollo es firme. No tengo duda que con un verdadero espíritu solidario no habrá dificultad que no podremos superar para el bien
to
de
ensure
nuestra
the well-being
planeta
of our
y
planet
de sus
and
pobladores.
of its
Muchas
peoples.
gracias.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Theodore Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philip Izodo Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, please allow me to start by conveying to this august Assembly fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not attend this important session due to pressing national commitments. It is a great honor and privilege to address the Assembly on her behalf and for the people of my country. I also wish to join those who have spoken before me in congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I pledge Tanzania's full support to your presidency. Similarly, I wish to pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Kaba Korosis, who successfully steered the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. In the same way, I commend the Secretary General and the UN Secretariat for dedicated service to humanity in the face of many daunting global challenges. Mr. President, this year, the Assembly is meeting specifically in search of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. However, for decades now, the persistent voice of the Global South calling in the wilderness make straight the way toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all has fallen on deaf ears. The hitherto strong historical solidarity, fraternity, and commitment to the principles of non-interference, equality between nations, and mutual benefit bequeathed to us by the UN founding fathers is withering away. As a result of this paralysis in multilateralism, we have now begun to witness shifting geopolitical tectonic plates and creation of new blocs, seeking to replace the now obviously dysfunctional world order. Trust among states has worn away, and there is erosion of the rule of law and a revert back to unilateralism. The effectiveness of the UN system and multilateral financial institutions is now being questioned more than ever before, calling for their immediate reform. All this is happening at a time when the world is reeling from the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, relentless wrath of climate change, horrendous armed conflicts, global food insecurity, looming energy and debt crisis, as well as stubborn poverty and growing inequality. Furthermore, implementation of the SDGs 2030 has been disappointing, mainly as a result of unfulfilled promises of finance and technology by the global north and limited fiscal space in most African countries. In order to rebuild trust, it is imperative that the global North walks the talk on its promises and listens to the voices of the global South. Analogously, the global South must re-engineer its domestic revenue mobilization effort, including putting an end to hemorrhage of its natural resource wealth and illicit capital outflows. Mr. President, peace is undeniably a prerequisite for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ironically, even in this 21st century, some nations are still firing guns and missiles at each other. However, the fact is that massive production of weapons and skyrocketing military spending on armed conflicts is compromising the promises we all made to the most vulnerable among us, that is, children, youth, women, and the poor, to build a better, prosperous world and create opportunities for all, leaving no one behind. In this regard, Tanzania highly commends the United Nations for its tireless efforts in maintaining international peace and security. We applaud the Secretary General's new agenda for peace, unveiled on 20th July 2023, which provides a greater vision for multilateral efforts towards peace and security on the basis of international law. I therefore implore each one of us in this Assembly to give due consideration to the priorities stipulated therein, for they resonate very well with the spirit and essence of the theme of this Assembly. Mr. President, Tanzania remains fully committed and ready to work with the UN family in maintaining global peace and security to make the world a safer place to live in, not only for us, but more importantly, to the generations to come. Tanzania firmly believes that the world needs to invest more in dialogue and diplomacy to prevent and resolve armed conflicts. Wars and confrontations must be avoided at all costs, because in war everyone loses, including the non-warring parties. In this regard, Tanzania has and will continue to contribute to peacemaking and peacekeeping efforts in Africa and elsewhere in the world. As of March 2023, Tanzania stood as the 12th largest contributor among 125 countries in UN peacekeeping missions. Tanzania urges the international community to increase support to regional initiatives to bring peace to war-torn parts of the African continent. Those who participate in fueling conflicts in Africa, either for the purpose of profiting from arms trade or access to blood mineral wealth, should be tracked and condemned openly by the United Nations. With regard to combating terrorism, Tanzania has strengthened capacity to deal with cross-border terrorism, working with our neighbors and international partners, especially through sharing of information and strategies. Mr. President, 3 days ago, we gathered in this hall for a second review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and implementation of the 17 SDGs. It is discouraging to note that at halftime, we are off track to meet most of the goals. The UN Secretary General's Progress Report reveals that a mere 15% of the 140 targets are on track, while a staggering 37% have either stagnated or even regressed from the 2015 baseline. This underperformance calls for supercharged implementation and partnership, especially prioritizing to scale up investment in people. Mr. President, Tanzania is fully committed to implement the SDGs as envisaged. In July this year, Tanzania presented its second voluntary national report, which shows that overall there has been significant progress with respect to SDG 2 to 7, as indicated by an increase in food sufficiency ratio, availability of essential medicines, decline in under 5 mortality, increase in pre- and primary gross enrollment rates, significant milestones in pioneering gender equality, improved water supply coverage in urban and rural areas, as well as population connected to electricity. However, only moderate performance has been recorded for SDG 1, 8, and SDG 10. To ensure successful implementation of SDGs, Tanzania is determined to take actions to improve further the domestic revenue effort while capitalizing on PPPs. We are also prioritizing investments in the social service sectors, agriculture and agribusiness, value addition and infrastructure, as well as uplifting of skills for the youth. In addition, harnessing science, technology, and innovation is also key to hastening implementation of the SDGs. Mr. President, climate change has now become the world's greatest threat. Recent natural calamities, which have devastated parts of some countries around the world, amplify the horrible effects of climate change. And on this note, Tanzania offers deepest condolences to the governments and the people of Libya and the Kingdom of Morocco for the loss of lives and properties caused by floods and earthquakes. Furthermore, the latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change sounded an alarming reality that the world is off track, the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed in Paris. Disturbingly, the report indicates that Africa is warming at an accelerated pace, outstripping the global rate. As such, climate change has and will continue to adversely impact Africa and hamper its progress. Tanzania, therefore, reiterates its call for urgent and concerted actions by all nations to cut down greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen mitigation and adaptation measures. Together, we must create an enabling environment and facilitate investments needed to unlock resources for scaling up implementation of our climate commitments and decarbonization of the global economy. We, the global community, must act with urgency. Tanzania also reiterates its call for a fair and just clean energy transition for Africa. Mr. President, unilateral coercive measures have serious adverse effects on the targeted economies and innocent lives, especially of women and children, the very people we have committed not to leave behind. Tanzania remains steadfast in its opposition to injustice, wherever it is committed and by whoever. We stand against the imposition of unjust economic sanctions and other unilateral coercive measures that undermine sovereignty and prosperity for all. Likewise, we continue to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who continue to be denied their rights to self-determination and those living under occupation or domination. We call for the lifting of unjust sanctions and an end to the occupation or subjugation. Tanzania also advocates for peaceful resolution of all territorial disputes in accordance with the principles set out in the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to reaffirm Tanzania's unwavering commitment to support the United Nations and its member states in implementing our common global agenda. We call upon warring parties around the world to silence their guns and missiles and give prominence to peace. Let us act towards each other with humility, not arrogance. Let's heed the old wisdom that says, an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. Let's act together to address the climate crisis and hasten implementation of Agenda 2030. Our humble plea is that the voices, promises, and solutions made or provided on this rostrum ought to bring hope to the hopeless, dignity to the humiliated, and justice to all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, it's an honor to address this August Assembly of States at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I stand before you on behalf of a proud nation which is celebrating the leadership of the General Assembly for the next year by a son of the soil of Trinidad and Tobago. We are proud of you, Mr. President. I again extend warmest congratulations to you on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and you are assured of our full support. I also wish to express our deepest gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Karusi, for ably guiding our work during the 77th session. Permit me, Mr. President, to express our deepest condolences to and solidarity with the government and people of Morocco, as well as the government and people of Libya, on the recent tragedies which have resulted in the significant loss of lives, livelihoods, and destruction of property. Mr. President, at the midpoint of the journey for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, a sober reflection would leave many observers with a pessimistic feeling that the world is in peril and that we are at risk of significantly falling short of ensuring that no one is left behind. We have seen an array of cascading crises in many parts of the world. Recently, the Secretary General sounded the alarm that the period of global warming had ended and that the era of global boiling has arrived. Investments in instruments of war have far surpassed investments in instruments of peace and peace building. Some protracted conflicts are continuing with little signs of ceasefire, and others continue to erupt and escalate with disturbing consequences. All of these contribute to the waning spirit of multilateralism in our United Nations, the very purpose for which this organization was built. We have seen glimmers of hope extinguished by the darkness of despair, where the most vulnerable of the global population are made to pay the highest price. The cards of the international financial system remain heavily stacked against Global South, thereby inhibiting the prospect of these countries to achieve economic growth and sustainable development. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I ask, is this the legacy that we would leave for future generations? Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, as a responsible member of this organization, is committed to doing its part to achieve sustainable development and international peace and security for all. However, our ability to safely navigate our destiny to the harbor of sustainable development by 2030 is stymied by challenges and threats, some of which are existential. One such threat is the proliferation and use of illegal firearms in our society, which, just like in other jurisdictions, bring untold suffering to many families and communities and the nation as a whole. Only today, Mr. President, we experienced the loss of life of 5 members of one family killed by an assailant with an assault weapon. Mr. President, this situation has worsened largely because of the accelerated commercial availability, coupled with illegal trafficking from countries of manufacture into the almost defenseless territories of the Caribbean. In a population of 1.4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, we experienced over 600 murders last year, 90% of which involved handguns and increasingly assault weapons. Within our best efforts and a huge consumption of our already scarce resources, we have seen over 400 violent firearms-driven killings already this year. Mr. President, this is a crisis shared by almost all the Caribbean territories and is to be added to the challenges that stand in the way of any successful tackling of the development goals already identified. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, both individually and as part of the Caribbean Community CARICOM, has attempted to devise solutions and interventions to address these challenges meaningfully and holistically. For this reason, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago hosted the CARICOM Regional Symposium to address crime and violence as a public health issue, as we felt that it was incumbent to promote and encourage dialogue aimed at reducing violence and preventing crime in our society. In this context, we are cognizant of the need for cooperation at all levels. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to the Arms Trade Treaty and its stated objectives. We also look forward to continue to work collaboratively with our regional and international partners, especially the United States, to urgently stem the illicit trade of illegal firearms, most of which are produced by gun manufacturers and promoters based in this country. We acknowledge and appreciate the recent and ongoing support of the United States in linking arms with Trinidad and Tobago and the wider CARICOM in confronting this metastasizing scourge, which not only disturbs our safety, but threatens our sense of security and even the very democratic states themselves. Mr. President, we acknowledge that the proliferation of violent crime, concomitant with other escalating crises, provides fertile conditions to destabilize any country. It is in this context that Trinidad and Tobago supports CARICOM's position that all nations respect the Caribbean Sea as a zone of peace. Consequently, Trinidad and Tobago, as it fights its own battles in this area, remains deeply concerned over the developments in our fellow CARICOM country, Haiti, that are causing unimaginable humanitarian, socioeconomic, and security consequences. We applaud the decision of the government of Kenya to offer to help lead a multinational unit in Haiti, and welcome the decision of the governments of the Bahamas and Jamaica to contribute personnel to it. Rwanda's offer to help is also very significant and commendable. We also urge the international community to collaborate with Haiti towards the achievement of a credible solution to its current crisis that would guarantee that the country and its people are not left behind. I recall the exhortation by Trinidad and Tobago's iconic calypsonian David Rudder in his timeless classic, and I quote, Mr. President, when David Rudder says, "Haiti, I'm sorry," where he intoned, and I could continue to quote, "I refuse to believe that we, good people, would forever turn our hearts and eyes away. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we'll turn our heads and look inside you," unquote. Mr. President, that day has come. That day is now. We, the United Nations gathered here, must prioritize authorization for the external help that Haiti desperately needs. Mr. President, just like anywhere else in the world, Haiti deserves peace. Haiti deserves prosperity. Haiti deserves progress, and Haiti deserves sustainability. Haiti requires the intervention of the United Nations now. I wish to assure you that Trinidad and Tobago, as an honest broker, remains fully committed to working with the government of Haiti and all other stakeholders to arrive at an indigenous solution to comprehensively address the crisis in that country. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that in order to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, there must be universal adherence to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be paramount and permanent. It is in this connection that we continue to register our dismay and disappointment in the ongoing hostilities following the military action against Ukraine. Mr. President, though we are geographically far removed from the threat of the conflict, we are not unaffected. It is indeed disappointing that the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which assisted in stabilizing global food prices and potentially protecting millions from the threat of famine, starvation, that has been terminated. We noted with great anxiety that global food prices during the month of July rose for the first time in months. This situation is of priority concern for the CARICOM community, as we acknowledge that food security remains a crucial issue for our region and is a vital component in our quest to achieve the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, it is also regrettable that after all this time, a credible solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains elusive. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its strong support for a two-state solution based on mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect, which would serve as a foundation for Israel and Palestine to live as peaceful, responsible neighbors. We continue to urge both sides to recommit to a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution that would ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 2023 marks two very important milestones for the international community as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Treaty of Rome. As a country that has been a long-standing advocate of the International Criminal Court, Trinidad and Tobago congratulates the court on this achievement. In recognizing this milestone, we remember and pay tribute to an outstanding pioneer of the court, the late Arthur N.R. Robinson, former Prime Minister and President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen sufficient evidence to be convinced that his efforts, which in part resulted in the creation of the International Criminal Court, were not in vain. For this reason, Trinidad and Tobago remains steadfast in its support of the work and mandate of the court, as we believe that access to justice is a critical element towards achieving sustainable peace. We therefore continue to urge those countries that have not done so to submit to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court so that it can comprehensively fulfill its mandate as a truly universal court. Mr. President, while we acknowledge that the International Criminal Court provides a beacon of hope for access to justice, we also recognize that it is an absolute injustice that 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there still exists discrimination and a lack of tolerance for fundamental human rights. We remain concerned that in some quarters, women and girls continue to be denied similar opportunities offered to men and boys, which stymies the collective pursuit to building peaceful and sustainable societies. It is quite paradoxical, Mr. President, that we are attempting to achieve the 2030 agenda while leaving substantial segments of communities behind. Everyone must be allowed to live a life free of fear and free from all forms of violence, a life in which they are respected, where their dignity and liberty are not compromised. These ideals must also shape the way forward for reconciliation, truth, and justice. The persistent underdevelopment of Caribbean nations and so many others is directly attributed to the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement and economic exploitation of African people by Europeans. The descendants of these people populate the Caribbean islands, where they struggle manfully against the residual rigors of these historic crimes, even as they are visited by the worst effects of climate change and the constant threat of exclusion from the world's mainstream financial systems. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago continues to call for bold, decisive action to ensure reparatory justice for the untold suffering of millions of people in the developing world. We would welcome Africa's support in this quest for justice. Mr. President, it is undeniable that climate change is an existential threat to all of us and does not recognize geographical boundaries. We also acknowledge that our people, the people of the small island developing states, those who bear the least culpability for the climate crisis, are the ones who continue to be most disproportionately affected. The experts have told us that this past July was the hottest month on record and that global ocean temperatures were also at record levels. Most disconcertingly, we noted with justifiable alarm the recent dire warning by scientists that without ambitious climate action, we will exceed the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold. However, recent developments have shown that overambitious net zero targets ought not to be forced upon small island nations. Mr. President, we are called upon to be game changers on this issue. We have a responsibility for the survival and continued existence of life on this planet that no other generation of leaders has had. A global stocktake at COP28 is crucial. The global stocktake must result in a roadmap that brings the world nearer to the track by ensuring that NDCs are aligned with the 1.5-degree temperature goal. Nationally determined contributions must become nationally implemented contributions. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of implementing its commitment to installing some infrastructure for sustainable energy supply. We urge developed countries to increase their support for the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. In these commitments, if they're made, we will be honored in full sooner rather than later. They would go a long way towards rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly for the Global South. Mr. President, the global economic crisis has landed heavily on the developing world, with small island developing states such as Trinidad and Tobago and our Caribbean neighbors facing the harshest impacts of the socio-economic fallout. For this reason, the next 10-year program of action will be crucial to ensuring that no one is left behind. We call on the international community to lend its support for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and to reach an ambitious and transformative global blueprint that will drive the sustainable development ambitions of small island developing nations towards long-term resilient prosperity. We will also continue to advocate that international financial institutions should be sensitive to the specific circumstances of developing countries and the challenges that they face. Trinidad and Tobago therefore reiterates its support for the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the Bridgetown Initiative, and any other effort that addresses the most pressing needs of developing countries, including those encountering liquidity challenges and debt distress. Mr. President, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago welcomed the landmark adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Trinidad and Tobago actively participated in the negotiations along with its CARICOM partners. We are fully confident that when this treaty enters into force, the benefits will redound to all of humankind. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda envisions a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity. It would, however, be impossible, Mr. President, for our sisters and brothers in Cuba to achieve these goals if the anachronistic economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against that country remains in place. For over 6 decades, the people of Cuba have been grappling with significantly diminished prospects for charting a course towards prosperity, meaningful progress, and sustainable development. To this end, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba, and certainly for its removal from any unjustified listing as an alleged state sponsor of terrorism. Mr. President, despite our challenges, 2023 has been a momentous year for us in CARICOM. In addition to your election as President of the General Assembly, we recently celebrated in Port of Spain the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean community under the theme, 50 Years Strong, a solid foundation to build on. It was indeed a confluence of celebratory events as we all rejoiced over the election of CARICOM members to major UN bodies. In this regard, we congratulate Guyana on its election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council as well as Haiti and Suriname on their election to the Economic and Social Council. Mr. President, guided by our Charter and the spirit of multilateralism, we can use the popular aphorism as inspiration, and I quote, "Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success," unquote. If we were to apply that maxim, I have no doubt that we can achieve peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago will be doing its part. We continue to stand on our principles, to deploy our diplomacy and leadership in the service of the common good, to uphold international law, and to work with member states in our commitment to leave this world safer, healthier, and better. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention, and I thank my colleagues.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kiri Ahos, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Monsieur le Président, heads of government and state, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's General Assembly asks us to accelerate action towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. It is a laudable goal, and one I would argue matters more now than ever before. But I must also ask if it is anywhere near enough. And I pose this question not because I wish to test the patience of this Assembly, but rather because even though collective multilateral solutions can and often do make a difference, it seems to me that still too many solutions fall short of our ambitions. Our words are never quite matched by our actions, and our achievements are never quite meet our expectations. It is as if in this United Nations, nations are not quite united enough. And nowhere is that clearer to me than in two core areas: tackling climate change and managing migration, both of which will be at the heart of Greece's Security Council candidacy for 2025-2026. If successful, Greece will make climate and migration central tenets of our time on the Security Council, together with respect for international law and maritime security. We will do this because, in part at least, the global community's current collective approach to both issues speaks to a failure to match rhetoric with policy delivery. When we have lived through a summer like the one in 2023, the hottest on record, and when we talk rather than act on tackling the main drivers of irregular migration or even the implementation of existing transnational agreements, we are in fact failing. And ladies and gentlemen, we must work harder collectively to change that. 12 months ago, at this very podium, I warned how without multilateral cooperation, the devastating effects of climate change would soon be the norm rather than the exception. 12 months later, and that new norm has unfortunately arrived. This summer, floods, fires, heat waves, and landslides have gripped the European South, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, bringing unprecedented destruction to the region from Slovenia to Libya, from Italy to Greece. For Greeks, nowhere was this more apparent than across Evros, in the northeast of my country. Here, the largest blaze ever recorded in the European Union burned continuously for almost 2 weeks. In all, 20 people were killed. Hundreds lost homes and livelihoods, and an area greater in size than this city, New York, was razed to ashes. 700 firefighters from across Europe fought valiantly to contain this devastating megafire, but they couldn't tame it. And as if that was not enough, 10 days later, Greece was struck by Storm Daniel. The Thessaly region, in the center of the country, saw twice as much rainfall in one day than falls in London in an entire year. It was the worst storm to hit Greece in over a century. And Daniel carved its destructive path not only through my country, but through Libya too, landing upon the coastal city of Derna, where the death toll now stands in the tens of thousands. The impact of these events across the Mediterranean is unprecedented. Lives lost, businesses destroyed, communities upended, social cohesion undermined, the fragile ecology of our most precious natural habitats severely compromised. I accept, of course, that the climate crisis is not an alibi for everything, but the science is clear. Unprecedented temperatures fueled by global warming are creating the conditions that drive these catastrophic events. And this is no longer a crisis of the poorest or the global south. Our own very unequal battle with nature is now being fought out across the European south and the Mediterranean in particular. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the new reality of climate change. Greece and our many friends and neighbors who ring the Mediterranean now face similar challenges to those countries which have been at the sharp end of the climate crisis. And like those countries, we need a much more coordinated response. In Greece, we have pumped hundreds of millions into mitigation. We have introduced our first ever climate law. We're driving ambitious proposals around decarbonizing our islands. We partner with multinationals in the pursuit of green technology. We invest heavily in renewables, where, given our natural assets of wind, sun, and sea, the potential is huge. And yet, while we act decisively on long-term mitigation, we are collectively guilty of not placing enough emphasis on short-term adaptation, even though the need to become more resilient is about change today, not tomorrow. After all, this crisis is already here. It is affecting our lives today, and it is already having a significant impact on our economies. For the European Union, this represents a failure, not just of policy, but also of financial resourcing. We are spending peanuts on adaptation and emergency relief. We have two funds which are completely depleted, and this must change, which is why earlier this week I wrote to the leaders of Croatia, Cyprus, France, Italy, Malta, Portugal, Slovenia, and Spain, who, along with Greece, make up the EU Med-9 group of countries. In my letter, I suggested two solutions to the short-term adaptation issue. First, that we recognize that the circumstances now demand that we act outside the EU's long-term budget framework and state subsidy rules. And second, that we lead the EU-wide efforts to define and implement a comprehensive, properly resourced strategic plan that addresses the new challenges we are now facing. But this isn't just about Europe. The problems faced by the European South and North Africa are, after all, no different to the issues faced by Canada this summer, or indeed the likes of Pakistan last summer, when that country also suffered from catastrophic floods. That is why I'm calling for the creation of a global adaptation alliance, a forum from where we can deliver new collective thinking, renewed cooperation, access to new finance, to drive short-term adaptation before it is too late. Investing more, for example, in sharing new technology, in advanced forecasting and modeling, so that we can predict with greater clarity, with greater accuracy, how these phenomena are going to behave, where the floods are coming from and where the fires are going. We will therefore push for the inclusion of an adaptation alliance at the upcoming COP28 meeting in the United Arab Emirates, because only by working together can we make a real difference. Learning lessons from one another, but sharing best practices and solutions too. Take Greece's early warning emergency number, the 112 number. During devastating wildfires 5 years ago, it didn't exist. A whole seaside town was razed to the ground. More than 100 people perished. We learned from that mistake. We put it right. And this summer, the 112 number played a huge part in minimizing loss of life. What difference, I wonder, would such a number, an emergency number, have made in Maui during the devastating Hawaiian fires, or in Libya, for example? And it is exactly this sort of relatively cost-effective solutions that represent the type of technological adaptation we need globally going forward. A simple yet life-saving idea. And all of this is critical because at the end of the day, our number one obligation is the protection of human life. Monsieur le Président, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to the second great challenge of our time, migration. My country is at the forefront of the global migration crisis. Greece has over the last decade provided shelter and protection to hundreds of thousands of refugees and asylum seekers. Our Coast Guard has gone above and beyond to save tens of thousands of lives at sea. And let me be clear, Greece will always be an open and welcoming country for those fleeing persecution and violence, as well as those economic migrants who, however, seek a new future by accessing legal pathways. After all, our economy is growing again. We're attracting significant foreign investment, and there are many job opportunities in my country. But we also need to fill these vacancies on our own terms, not those set by the criminal gangs. And that is why it is critical that the international community works together to establish a far more comprehensive and coordinated approach, one that addresses the root causes of migration, one that more effectively counters human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and fosters legal pathways to mobility. Take managing the root causes of migration. We must challenge the negative political, socioeconomic, and climate trends at source in the countries of origin, but also the countries of transit. And that means more tailor-made, innovative, multi-stakeholder partnerships to drive forward sustainable development and strengthen resilience, creating jobs and opportunities in the places of origin. No one wants to leave their homes and risk their lives finding work thousands of miles away. In real terms, that's about investing in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, in the green and digital transition, all of which can reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And it's about creating incentives for private sector development. It's about supporting entrepreneurship and small businesses while always promoting good governance and women's empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to migration, Greece's policy is tough but fair. We are focused on preventing irregular migration and improving the effectiveness of return systems. But we're also focused on facilitating safe, orderly, and legal migration while processing asylum claims expeditiously. This issue is not going to go away. Indeed, in recent weeks, there is evidence across the Mediterranean that the pressure on our borders is unfortunately growing again. That is why preventing departures must be the starting point. We must break the business model of the traffickers and the networks if we are to stop people from embarking on such dangerous journeys. And working together bilaterally and multilaterally, we must strengthen border controls and surveillance, mechanisms to detect and intercept strugglers and their activities. And we can do that through the use of advanced technology, intelligence sharing and cooperation among border control agencies. And we must enhance the capacity of law enforcement to investigate and prosecute those responsible for profiting from human despair, as well as disrupting the money networks through the strengthening of tools to identify and freeze traffickers' assets. And we need a whole-of-route approach, raising public awareness of the dangers posed by smuggling routes. At the same time, as I said, we must provide legal pathways through family reunification, humanitarian visas, but also labor mobility, something that Greece has done with new bilateral agreements with countries such as Egypt and Bangladesh. But above all, if we want to solve the problem in the Mediterranean, we must work together with our partner countries. Turkey, of course, but also our North African neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to Greece's relation with our eastern neighbor, Turkey. But let me do so in the spirit of openness. Rather than looking at the past, I want today to look to the future. And undoubtedly, long-standing geopolitical tensions between Greece and Turkey remain. Our two greatest shared challenges, however, climate change and migration, are of the present and of the future. And I told President Erdogan just that when we met yesterday. Don't get me wrong, our main difference over the delimitation of our maritime zones in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean is extremely important. It remains, but it can be resolved in accordance with international law and in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. We have made good progress over the past months in terms of normalizing our relationships, and it is in our mutual interest to continue down that path. Turning to Cyprus, this remains unfortunately at its core an issue of an illegal invasion and occupation, in violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter. Our commitment to Cyprus's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a solution of one state based on a bizonal, bicommunal federation is steadfast. It's a matter of credibility and determination to defend the core values and principles upon which the United Nations are based, and finding a fair, viable, and mutually acceptable solution to the Cyprus issue remains a top priority for Greece, and we will continue to fully support the UN-led efforts to facilitate the resumptions of negotiations, always on the basis of the relevant UN security resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have today addressed two of the three most important concerns we share today as a global community. Let me end by quickly addressing the third. Last year, in this very spot, most of us condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, an act of blatant aggression that has shattered the inviolability of a sovereign border and has cost so many innocent lives. Overall, the international community has stood firm against Putin's provocation and disastrous attempt to rewrite history. Today, however, the assertion on Russia's part is that NATO, the EU, the other partners that support Ukraine will eventually lose the stomach to continue that fight. Now let me be clear. This should not happen, and this will not happen. We will never walk away from Ukraine, because to do so would be to abandon the very principles of peace, democracy, and adherence to international law that so many in this room hold dear. This message was sent out loud and clear by the leaders of the whole Balkans region on the 21st of August in Athens, in the regional summit we hosted together with President Zelensky. Dear friends, to conclude, whether the issue is addressing climate change, managing migration, or fighting the threat to our democratic way of life, all the challenges we face are daunting. We've said many times failure is not an option. True leadership will be required by all of us. We cannot just sit idle and hope for a miracle. I have the privilege of leading a mid-sized country that is trying to do its best to address issues of massive complexity. But it is time for the really big players to step up to the plate and deliver. Thank you very much for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de la République hellénique de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son Excellence, M. Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Premier ministre du Népal. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence, M. Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Premier ministre du Népal, et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I congratulate Madam President and member of the Bureau on your respective election. I also express my deep appreciation to the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his unremitting efforts to strengthen the United Nations and promote the cause of multilateralism. There could be no better time to deliberate on the theme rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly when trust and cooperation are in short supply and crises of confidence reign the world. Today, due to the resurgence of geopolitical competition, power polarization and economic nationalism, maintenance of world peace and security, the foremost goal of the UN Charter, have come under serious strain. Spending on arms is on the rise, but resources for the realization of the 2030 agenda have become scarce. We must correct this course and focus on our common goal of peace, prosperity, and progress. It is time to build trust, promote partnership and collaboration, and work in solidarity when the world is facing the challenges of unprecedented scale and nature. Madam President, I have fond memories of addressing this August Assembly back in 2008 as the Prime Minister of a country that had just made a transformation of historic proportion, a transformation from armed conflict to an inclusive and nationally owned peace process, a transformation from centuries-old feudal monarchical rule to a democratic republican order, and a transformation to a multi-party democratic polity where participation of all sections of our society is ensured. 15 years on, we have come a long way. We successfully transitioned through a nationally led peace process. We promulgated a democratic constitution in 2015 by an elected Constituent Assembly, which has consolidated the universally recognized values of human rights, participatory democracy, periodic election, inclusive proportional representation, full press freedom, independent judiciary, and rule of law. The successive 2 cycles of federal, provincial and local elections have resulted in increased participation of women, Dalits, youths and underrepresented communities at all levels of governance. We have been able to ensure 41% of representation of women in local assemblies. A minimum of 33% representation of women is constitutionally guaranteed in the provincial assembly and federal parliament. We have firmly established that the sovereignty lies in Nepali people and they are the real source of state power. We are now closer to logically concluding our unique, nationally owned and homegrown peace process. Completing the remaining task of transitional justice is top on my political agenda. As Prime Minister of a co-signatory of the Comprehensive Peace Accord, I have been making serious effort to bridge the gaps and build consensus among the key stakeholders. An amendment bill related to the transitional justice has been tabled at the federal parliament to address the concern of the victims, strike a right balance between peace, justice and reparation, and to make the transitional justice process broadly owned by our society. The proposed bill evolved through a wider consultative process, taking a victim-centric approach and recognize a reparation as victims' right. In the process, there will be no blanket amnesty for the serious violation of human rights. The ultimate objective is to establish an enduring peace in the country and foster harmony in society through peace, justice, and reconciliation. I appeal the international community for their goodwill and support to the conclusion of the final leg of our peace process and to duly recognize this rare example of successful conflict transformation. Madam President, as Nepal's political course has taken a stable shape, our focus is now on the agenda of economic transformation. We are aware that political achievement can only be sustained by socio-economic growth and development. It is not least in this light that the central focus of the current government is on mobilizing all its energy and resources to accelerate development work and ensure good governance. We are graduating from LDC status by 2026, and we are committed to making our graduation smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. We are currently in the process of finalizing the smooth transition strategy of graduation. We have put SDGs at the center of our development vision and priorities. However, crises such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and heightened geopolitical competition have threatened our hard-earned progress in SDGs. We, therefore, call for an enhanced level of international support in the form of development assistance, foreign direct investment, export promotion, SDR allocation, technology transfer, and technical assistance. Nepal welcomes Secretary General's call for an increase in SDGs financing by $500 billion per year. As the current LDC chair, we remain actively engaged in collaboration with fellow LDCs in all relevant forums, including in the UN system, to protect and promote our collective interests. We stress the need to mainstream the Doha Programme of Action into all important UN process and development system and the development cooperation framework of our partners. We call for a fair and equitable international trading regime that benefits LDCs. coordinated policies aimed at debt relief, debt restructuring, and debt swap as envisaged by the Doha Program of Action must be translated into reality. Madam President, climate change has assumed a crisis proportion and the clock is ticking. Our inaction or little action, will surely invite disastrous consequences for humanity. We must therefore set higher ambition and commit ourselves to achieving those ambitions in a time-bound manner. Climate vulnerable mountainous countries like Nepal have been bearing the severe brunt of climate change. The Himalayas are the source of fresh water for over 2 billion people. Global warming has induced rapid receding of ice in our Himalayas. It has not only eroded the health of our mountains, but also endangered the lives and livelihoods of millions of people living downstream. The human and financial toll due to the floods, droughts, and other extreme climate-induced events is terrifying. On our part, we remain fully committed to the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and achieving its goal. Nepal has set an ambitious target of reaching a net zero scenario by 2045. We have already submitted our updated NDC and aligned our national policies and plans with it. Our priorities include conserving and sustainably managing land, forest, and water resources, undertaking effective adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting a green and resilient economy. To this end, we are working to ensure access to clean energy for all citizens. Easy access to climate finance will be the key to low carbon and climate resilient development pathways. Equally, crucial are the early operationalization of the loss and damage fund, fulfilling the target of the $100 billion commitment as well as doubling up of the adaptation climate finance. It is an irony. It is an irony that my country, Nepal, with 45% of its areas as forest, with rich biodiversity, and 15% of its land as high mountains, release least greenhouse gas emission but contributes significantly to ecological preservation, has unfairly suffered from climate crisis. These kinds of mismatch must be addressed through a compensation mechanism to the countries that positively contribute to the greening of the planet. Excellencies, it is quite distressing that conflicts within and between countries are on the rise. Nepal opposes any use or threat of use of force against the territorial integrity, political independence, and sovereignty of any country. People of Libya, Syria, and Yemen continue to bear the brunt of protracted conflict. Their suffering must end. We believe that the UN brokered truce in Yemen must be allowed to transition to a sustained peace. The protracted stalemate in Libya must get a way to peace and reconciliation. The Palestinian people deserve peace ending the prolonged conflict. Nepal reiterates its support for a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living peacefully side by side within recognized international borders based on relevant UN resolution. We continue to support nationally owned, peaceful, just and lasting solutions to conflicts around the world. Peace founded on inclusion, empowerment, economic prosperity, and justice stand a better chance to last longer. Madam President, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction continues to threaten peace and security in the world. Constant stockpiling of nuclear arsenals, growing arms race, and ever-increasing military expenditure are worrisome. Nepal reiterates its call for a total and time-bound disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction, including biological, chemical, nuclear, and radiological weapons. As the host country to UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal believes that regional process, including the Kathmandu process, reinforce the global disarmament regime. The void of international governance on cyberspace and artificial intelligence demand multilateral regulation. Dual use of artificial intelligence urgently calls for informed deliberation on preventing its potential misuse and strengthening of international cooperation. Nepal condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We call for an early conclusion of a comprehensive global treaty against terrorism. Madam President, Nepal's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights is total and unflinching. We believe in an integrated approach to democracy, development, and human rights. Nepal attaches great importance to the safety, security, dignity, and well-being of migrant workers. We call for effective implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration to ensure that migration works for all. Excellencies, the principle of Panchashil non-alignment, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace continue to guide Nepal's foreign policy. Amity, cordiality, and fraternity are the underlying ethos of our international engagement. We want to promote relations with our neighbors and all other friendly countries on the basis of sovereign equality, non-interference, and mutual respect. We remain steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at its center. True to our commitment, Nepal continues to contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security through our consistent participation to the UN-mandated peacekeeping operation for the last 65 years. Currently, the second largest troops and police contributing country, we have always deployed our peacekeeper at every call and without any caveat, even in the most challenging situation. Our peacekeeper have earned distinct repute of dedication, professionalism, and competence, which has been widely acknowledged by the United Nations, the host government, and societies alike. We reiterate our call for share of leadership position at the headquarters and in the field to the troops and police contributing countries. We know today's global governance architecture largely reflects yesterday's world. Timely reform is essential for the multilateral institution to remain relevant and to reflect today's realities. Nepal supports the reform of UN Security Council to make it broadly representative, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We call for the revitalization of the General Assembly and the Economic and Social Council with greater role to this vital organ. We need an inclusive and effective multilateralism to better respond to and deliver on the needs of the people and the planet. Structural reform to the international financial architecture is longer overdue. The voice of the countries in special situations, including LDCs, LLDCs, and SEEDs, must be heard. Their meaningful representation must be ensured. Only a more democratic, inclusive, fair, and representative international financial architecture can be an antidote to the deep-rooted inequalities, and gaps. In conclusion, Madam President, it is our collective responsibility to ensure peace and prosperity for everyone, everywhere, and to ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre du Népal de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de Son Altesse, Cheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmad Al-Sabah, Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït.
Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait. I request
Altesse.
protocol to escort His Highness.
J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à Son Altesse.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Highness Shah Nawaf Shawad, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة
God the Merciful, the compassionate, distinguished President of the General Assembly,
للأمم المتحدة,
Secretary
أصحاب
General
السمو
of the United Nations,
والمعالي رؤساء
Excellencies,
الوفود,
Highnesses,
السيدات والسادة الحضور,
distinguished heads of
السلام
delegation,
عليكم ورحمة الله
distinguished
وبركاته.
participants, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
بداية تتقدم دولة
Mr.
الكويت
President, at the outset,
بأحرى التعازي
the state
وصادق
of
المواساة
Kuwait
للمملكة المغربية
would like to
الشقيقة
convey its most
في
sincere
ضحايا
condolences
السلاسل
to the
الزلزالية
brother kingdom
التي
of
أصابتها
Morocco with regard
وأدت
to the
إلى
victims
وفاة
of
وإصابة
the
آلاف
earthquake
الضحايا.
that
كما أنقل ذات
killed
التعازي
thousands.
والمواساة
I
للأشقاء
also
في دولة
would like
ليبيا
to express our
أثر
condolences to our
الإعصار
brothers
والفيضان
and sisters in Libya
والفيضانات العارمة التي اجتاحتها
with regard to the storms
وأدت
and
إلى
flooding
سقوط عدد من
that have
الضحايا
affected it
والمصابين.
and that have
داعين المولى
also
عز وجل
caused many casualties.
بالرحمة والمغفرة للضحايا
We
وأن يلهم
pray
ذويهم
to the
جميع
all-powerful
الصبر
God
والسلوان
to take mercy upon the
وتمنياتنا
victims
بالشفاء العاجل للمصابين.
and to alleviate the suffering of families. And we wish
يسرني
a
أن
speedy
أتقدم
recovery
بالتهنئة
to all of the injured.
لشخصكم
It is a pleasure for
ولبلدكم
me
الصديق
to
انتخابكم
congratulate
رئيسا
you
للدورة الثامنة والسبعين
and your friendly country
للجمعية
on your
العامة
election, Mr.
للأمم
President,
المتحدة.
as President of the 78th session
ونحن
of
على
the UN General
ثقة
Assembly.
بأن ما تملكونه من
We
خبرة واسعة
are fully
في العمل
convinced
الدولي
that your rich
سوف يمكنكم من
experience
إدارة
in
أعمالها
international
بكل
affairs
حكمة واقتدار.
will allow you
كما أود
to
كذلك أن
wisely
أشيد بالجهود
and
التي
skillfully
بذلها
guide our
سلفكم
work. I also would
السيد
like to pay
جابر
tribute
قرشي
to the efforts of your
خلال
predecessor, Mr.
رئاسته
Trevor
للدورة
Koroshi,
السابقة.
throughout his presidency
ولا يفوتني
of
أن
the
أثمن
preceding
عاليا
session.
المساعي البناءة والقيادة الحكيمة
I
لمعالي
also
الأمين العام
would like to express our
لهذه المنظمة
appreciation
العريقة
for the
وجهوده
constructive
في
and immense efforts
إنفاذ
made by
الرسالة
the Secretary
السامية
General
للأمم
of this august
المتحدة
organization, as
ومتمسكا
well as
بنصوص
his
ميثاقها
actions
المتركز
to
على حفظ السلم
realize the
والأمن
lofty mission of
الدوليين.
the UN based on
سيد
its charter
الرئيس
to maintain international peace and
أقف
security.
هنا مجددا
Mr. President,
لمخاطبة المجتمع الدولي
today,
عبر إحدى أسمى
once again,
منصاته وذلك في ظل ما تشهده الساحة
I
الدولية
address the
اليوم
international community
من تحديات
from
وتقلبات
this
باتت تهدد
prestigious
عالميا
podium
تعدد الأطراف
with regard to the
تحت
challenges
طائلة
and
اختبار
obstacles
حقيقي بين
that
قابلية
multilateralism is facing on the
الاستدامة
international
والصمود
arena. These
أو
are
التوقف والجمود
putting to the test our ability
فسيل
to
المخاطر
survive and to
والتهديدات
move forward,
المحيطة بعالمنا اليوم من
or
تفجر
else we will face a
للنزاعات بين
stalemate.
الدول
The
وانتشار
development of the world
أسلحة
today, as well as
الدمار الشامل
conflicts between states,
وتصاعد ظاهرة
WMD that
الإرهاب
are proliferating,
وتفاقم مستويات الفقر
terrorism,
فضلا عن التهديدات المرتبطة بالكوارث
scourge that is
الطبيعية
exacerbating already high poverty,
وتغيير المناخ
as well as
وتحديات الأمن
the threats
الغذائي
posed by climate change and natural
إضافة
disasters,
لتزايد
the
التهديدات
challenges
والمخاطر
of food
الحديثة
insecurity,
في الفضاء الرقمي
not to mention
وتأثيرها على الأمن
the
السيبراني
new and emerging
كل ذلك
challenges
وأكثر
and risks
بات
in the
يتطلب
cybersphere,
تعاونا دوليا
which create
قائما
great
على
risks for
الشراكة
cybersecurity.
والمسؤولية.
All of these
وفي هذا الصدد
factors mean that we must seek international
على
cooperation
أهمية
based on
ما ورد
partnership
في
and
مبادرة الأمين العام
responsibility. And here we'd like to underscore
التي
the
تحمل
importance
عنوان خطتنا
of the
المشتركة
SG's initiative
والتي
entitled
شخصت
Our Common
ما
Agenda,
يواجه المجتمع الدولي من تحديات
which
تتطلب
has quite
تضافر الجهود
precisely diagnosed the
لمعالجتها على
situation
مختلف
the international
المستويات
community is facing, as well as the
الوطنية
various
والإقليمية
challenges that
والدولية
require joint
والاستفادة
efforts
مما
to address
تملكه
them at various
منظمتنا
levels, regional,
من
international,
إرث
and
متراكم
national.
وتنوع
The goal
للأدوات
is to make use of
وتعدد
the tools
الآليات
the UN has, as well as its legacy,
سيد
and
الرئيس
to diversify its mechanisms and
حرصت
tools.
دولة الكويت
Mr. President, the
ومنذ
state
قرابة
of Kuwait,
العقدين من الزمن إيمانا منها
for
بمبدأ حسن
20 years
الجوار
now,
على مساعدة العراق
has
للنهوض
been convinced and believes in the
من
principles
خلال
of good neighborliness, and it
الوثيق
has always
والمتواصل
striven to assist Iraq
الهادف لإعادة
to
العراق إلى
regain its
وضعه
footing
ومكانته
through constant
الإقليمية
tireless efforts
والدولية الملائمة
to aid Iraq
التي
in
تمكنه
returning to its rightful place on the
من
international scene,
تحقيق آمال وتطلعات شعبه
so
الشقيق
that Iraq
إلا
can
أننا
realize the hopes and aspirations
تفاجأنا
of this
بصدور
brotherly people.
حكم
However,
عن
we were
المحكمة
surprised
الاتحادية العليا في
by
جمهورية العراق
the
الشقيقة
verdict
يقضي
of
بعدم
the Supreme
دستورية
Federal Court
قانون التصديق
in brotherly Iraq,
على
which ruled
اتفاقية تنظيم الملاحة
that
البحرية
the law on the
في خور عبد الله
ratification of the
المبرمة
Maritime
بين دولة
Navigation
الكويت
Organization of Khor
وجمهورية
Abdullah,
العراق في
an
عام
agreement concluded between Iraq and
2012
Kuwait in 2012,
والتي تم التصديق عليها
was unconstitutional.
وإيداعها لدى الأمم
This
المتحدة في العام
was ratified and submitted to the United
2013
Nations in 2013.
وما تضمنه الحكم من مغالطات تاريخية
This ruling
تجاه دولة الكويت
contains
بالإضافة
several historic
إلى تفاجؤنا
contradictions
بقرار
with
حكومة
regard to the state of
جمهورية
Kuwait. We
العراق
also were surprised by
قبل
the
أيام
Iraqi government's decision a few
بإلقاء
days ago
بروتوكول المبادلة الأمني الموقع بين
concerning
قيادة
the
القوة
protocol of
البحرية
security exchange
الكويتية
signed
وقيادة
between the
القوة
head of
البحرية
the
العراقية
naval forces of Kuwait and the naval forces of Iraq
2008
in 2008.
وما
The Iraqi government
سيصاحب ذلك
had decided
بانتداعيات
to
سلبية
revoke that agreement, and
على
this will
الأمن
have
المائي
negative consequences for
وتنظيم
maritime security,
الملاحة في خور عبد الله.
as well as on
لذلك
navigation
ستعتبر
in the
دولة
Khor Abdullah
الكويت
region.
اتفاقية تنظيم الملاحة في خور عبد الله
Here, the state of Kuwait
وبروتوكول
believes that this
المبادلة الأمني
agreement on maritime
ساريين
navigation in
لما
the
لهما
region,
من
as well as
أهمية
the
في
security
حفظ
exchange
الأمن
protocol,
وسلامة
are
الملاحة
still valid in light
حيث
of their
إنها
importance
تحول
for
دون خلق فوضى
navigation and for
وخرق
maritime safety and
للحدود.
security. These
الاحتمالية
agreements
الكبيرة
help
لتدفق
prevent chaos
تجارة الأسلحة
and
والمخدرات
accidents in the region.
وهما أمرين
They can also
رئيسيين
protect us
لتمويل
from
الميليشيات
trafficking in arms and
الإرهابية
narcotics,
المختلفة
which are
من
sources
هذا المنبر السامي والذي
of
انطلقت
revenue
منه
for
مسيرة
terrorist and extremist groups.
الدبلوماسية متعددة
From
الأطراف
this podium,
الرامية إلى الحفاظ على الأمن
which symbolizes
والسلم
multilateral
الدوليين.
diplomacy,
تؤكد دولة الكويت
we
على
must maintain
ضرورة
international peace and
اتخاذ
security,
حكومة
and Kuwait would
جمهورية
like to
العراق
confirm
إجراءات
the importance of the Iraqi government taking tangible measures
وحاسمة وعاجلة
and decisive measures
لمعالجة تداعيات
urgently
الحكم والمغالطات التاريخية الواردة
remedy
به
the consequences of this ruling
بما
and its
يحفظ
historic
علاقات
contradictions
حسن الجوار
in order
كما
to protect
تشدد
good
بلادي
neighborly relations.
على ضرورة
And at the same
الالتزام
time, we emphasize
بأمن
the
واستقلالية
importance
وسلامة أراضي كل البلدين
of ensuring
والاتفاقيات
security,
المبرمة بينهما
independence, and the territorial integrity of both
والقرارات
countries, as well as
الدولية
compliance with
ذات
the agreements
الصلة
concluded by the
وعلى
two
رأسها
states, as well as international
مجلس
relevant
الأمن
resolutions, especially Security Council Resolution
833 والذي
833,
خطت الحدود البرية والبحرية بين الجانبين
which form the
حتى
basis
العلامة
for the
البحرية
delimitation of terrestrial and
رقم
maritime borders.
162 وندعو العراق الشقيق لإثبات حسن النوايا
And we call on brotherly
واستكمال
Iraq to
اجتماعات
show
الفرق
goodwill
الفنية المعينة بترسيم
to
الحدود
continue
لما بعد النقطة
meetings of technical
162
teams responsible for border delimitation
وفقا للقوانين
beyond point 162,
والمواثيق الدولية هذا
pursuant to
وتحتفظ دولة
international laws and
الكويت
conventions.
بكامل حقها
And Kuwait
باتخاذ ما تراه
reserves the
مناسبا
right
من
to
إجراءات
undertake the
على
requisite measures
المستويين القانوني والدولي لحفظ
both
حقوقها
legal and
الشرعية
international measures to
والقانونية
defend its
الثابتة
legitimate and
وفقا
legal
للقرارات
right
الدولية وقواعد القانون الدولي
pursuant to international resolutions
والتي
and
طالما
the norms of
حرصت
international
وتحرص على
law,
احترامها وتطبيقها في
which we
علاقاتها
have
مع
always
كافة الدول.
complied with and applied in our
سيد
relations
الرئيس،
with all states.
75 سنة عانى خلالها الأشقاء من الشعب الفلسطيني الحر
75 years
عن عجز المجتمع الدولي عن
That
تنفيذ
is the
قرارات
duration of the
الشرعية
suffering of the
الدولية
free
ومن
Palestinian people,
ممارسات الاحتلال
suffering caused by
الإسرائيلي
the failure of the international
التي
community to implement
تنتهك
its own
كافة الأعراف
resolutions
والقوانين الدولية
on international
نؤكد
legitimacy. They
على
suffer from
مركزية
Israeli
القضية
occupation, which
الفلسطينية
violates all
في
international norms
عالمين
and
العربي
conventions. And
والإسلامي
here we'd like to
وفي
underscore
إطار التنفيذ
the
لقرارات
essential
الجمعية العامة
importance for the Arab
تقدمت
Muslim
بلادي
world
بمرافعة خطية
when it comes to the implementation of
إلى
GA
محكمة
resolutions.
العدل الدولية
My
من
country
أجل إصدارها فتوى بشأن الآثار المترتبة على انتهاكها
presented a hearing before
انتهاكات
the
الاحتلال
International Court of
الإسرائيلي
Justice. It
المستمر
had
لحق الشعب
spoken with
الفلسطيني
regard to the
بتغيير
repercussions of
المصير
Israeli occupation and its
مؤكدين
violation
على
of
موقفنا
the
الثابت
rights of the
والمبدئي
Palestinian
في
people to
دعم الحق
self-determination.
الفلسطيني المرتكزة على قرارات
We had
الشرعية الدولية
emphasized our
وعلى
constant
مبادرة
opposition
السلام
to
العربي
this and our support for the rights
وصولا
of the
إلى
Palestinian
قيام
people based on
الدولة
international
الفلسطينية
legitimacy
المستقلة
and the Arab Peace
وعاصمتها القدس
Initiative
الشرقية على
until
حدود
an
الرابع من يونيو
independent Palestinian state is established with East Jerusalem as its capital within the
وإنما
1967 borders.
يشهده السودان الشقيق من أحداث
Sudan,
مؤسفة
brotherly
جراء
country,
الاشتباكات المسلحة
is
لهو مداعاة
experiencing
للقلق
tragic
البالغ
events due
داعين
to
كافة الأطراف
an
المعنية
armed conflict,
إلى
and
ضرورة
this is
الوقف
a
الفوري
source of real
للقتال
concern. We urge
واللجوء
all
إلى
parties
منطق
involved
الحوار
to immediately
والعودة
end
للمسار السياسي
hostilities
السلمي بما
and to
يحفظ
return
أمن
to
واستقرار
dialogue
السودان
and
ووحدة
to
أراضيه
a peaceful political
معربين عن
process
الدعم
to
لكافة
protect
المبادرات
peace
الإقليمية
and
والدولية
security as well as the territorial integrity of Sudan. And we confirm our support to all international initiatives in this regard, including the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and of the U.S. With regard to our brotherly country, Yemen, we once again reiterate our support for the efforts of the UN through its special envoy of the SG to Yemen to resume the political process in order to arrive at a comprehensive solution based on three pillars: the Gulf Initiative and its executive mechanism, as well as the conclusion of the national Conference of National Dialogue and the relevant SC resolutions, especially Resolution 2216, in order to guarantee peace, stability, and the integrity of the Yemeni territory. When it comes to Syria, we confirm the importance of stepping up efforts to arrive at a political solution through Syrian-led efforts, while respecting the relevant SC resolutions, especially Resolution 2254. On the regional front, we must strengthen the good neighborly rules stipulated by the UN Charter. We would like to reiterate our appeal to Iran to take serious measures to rebuild trust and to launch a dialogue based on respect for states and non-interference in internal affairs, as well as maintaining the safety and freedom of international navigation. My country also would like to underscore that the ownership of natural resources in the region, in parallel with the zone between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, includes the Dora field, and this is a territory shared between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. These two countries alone have full rights to exploit these natural resources. Kuwait also categorically rejects any claim of the existence of any rights belonging to other parties in this field or in this region. This submerged region, which runs parallel to the division between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, with its borders determined by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, we hope to revive international dialogue based on a culture of peace and coexistence, as well as tolerance at all levels. But Muslims are still facing provocative and irresponsible attacks from certain extremists who have burned copies of the Holy Quran in many capitals of certain states under fictitious pretext of freedom of expression. This requires international efforts to take strong measures to end hate speech and the associated media campaigns that target Muslims. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait, as part of its vision of development under the slogan, A New Kuwait, is monitoring implementation of all indicators and international norms to turn Kuwait into a financial, commercial, and cultural hub that can effectively interact with the rest of the region and the rest of the world, so that these principles can be respected as part of its expanded cooperation plan based on initiatives drawn from our human and cultural heritage. left to us by our founding fathers. When it comes to environmental protection, my country has made great strides in fulfilling its responsibilities and implementing its commitments, especially when it comes to the industrial sector and the transport sector, to diversify energy sources and to use renewable energy. We have also committed to ensuring carbon neutrality by 2050 in the oil sector. We're a member country of the Gulf Coordination Cooperation Council. We've always been pioneers in the international community based on our conviction of the importance of working together to address common challenges. We expect a successful COP28, which will take place in Dubai in the UAE, and we are counting on support from the international community to implement the various elements of the Paris Agreement. And we welcome the statement by Saudi Arabia regarding the establishment of a global body for water, which would be based in Riyadh to ensure complementarity in the efforts of countries and organizations to manage water resources in an effective manner and to exploit them in an optimal way. I would also like to thank the state of Qatar, which will be hosting an exhibit on green climate and environmental efforts. We hope for the support of UN member states for our candidacy within the Human Rights Council for the period 2024 to 2026. During the elections that will take place in October, through our candidacy, we will strive to fulfill the world's hopes for development and to build bridges to find comprehensive, just, equitable solutions to address human rights issues based on international law, international humanitarian law, as well as international human rights law and resolutions that are internationally recognized, without any selectivity or double standards, and without any politicization or desire to follow the policy of the fait accompli. We like to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and to international law, as well as the principles and goals of the UN Charter, in order to guarantee better governance in the world so that the UN can carry out its mission of maintaining international peace and security and benefit all of humanity. May the peace of God be upon you.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Altesse. Je donne à présent la parole à Son Excellence M. Alexander Schallenberg, ministre fédéral des Affaires européennes et internationales de l'Austrie. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Madame la Présidente, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting in this hall today at a time that is undeniably one of the most challenging in recent history. One look at the news and we see the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, including a full-scale war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. an intensifying global climate crisis, with extreme weather events causing devastation around the world, rising poverty, social divisions, and a backsliding of human rights and development gains hard-earned over the last decades. The world seems to be in a sad state of affairs, and one wonders whether the worst is yet to come. We are indeed living in a time of uncertainty, in a time between times, so to say. The old order is fading and a new one is yet to emerge. Sometimes I compare our current situation to an earthquake. The entire earth is still shaking and the tectonic plates are still moving. And we don't know yet where they will come to rest, but we instinctively feel that the fault lines will be deeper and wider in the end. We already see shifts and cracks in our trade systems, in our security systems, in our multilateral systems. No wonder that this leads to a sense of insecurity and unease, to the feeling of living in a permanent state of emergency. In this era of transformation, our cities are rightly expecting answers. And I deeply believe that as politicians, it is our responsibility to formulate hopeful yet realistic visions. This means looking at the world as it is, lucid and clear-headed, without rose-tinted glasses. This also means that we have to be on our guard against those polarizing populists who spread fake news and offer seemingly easy answers to complex questions, who want us to believe that we can solve problems by simply negating them, by pulling up the drawbridge and decoupling from reality, be it on climate change, be it on disruptive technologies like AI, mutual political and economic dependencies, or the growing multipolarity in geopolitics. We cannot simply close our eyes to the complex realities of our modern world. There are simply no silver bullets and no quick fixes. This would be another and very dangerous form of wishful thinking. After all, we should know, and I would claim especially in Europe, that wishful thinking is never a solid basis for policy. This was painfully proven to us on February the 24th last year when Russia brutally invaded Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, for a country like Austria, militarily neutral, export-oriented, and at the heart of the European continent, the answer clearly lies in cooperation. We understand that in order to deliver for our own citizens, to make their lives more secure, create economic opportunities, and tackle global challenges, we need to work in partnership with others. That is why we are so deeply invested in multilateralism. It is part of Austria's DNA, actually. Not least because Vienna is proud home of one of the UN headquarters and over 50 international organizations. We know that the rules-based international order is our only protective shield against a world where might makes right, where unilateralism and the use of force rule. And frankly, I believe that nobody in this room can deny that the rules-based international order, with all its imperfections, agreed, has served us all pretty well over the last 8 decades, through a free and open global economy, through preventive diplomacy and peacekeeping, which has brought stability to our neighborhoods, an effort which Austrian Blue Helmets have been supporting since 1960, through a web of international treaties and agreements addressing such diverse issues as disarmament or climate change, and through a system of human rights established 75 years ago in the Universal Declaration and confirmed 30 years ago in the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. However, we must ask ourselves honestly, is multilateral system still fit for the purpose? Can it last for another 80 years? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is simple and sobering. No, it cannot and it will not. We need to reform in order to preserve. Because what we are seeing and what I'm hearing very loudly in this very hall, is that the rules-based international order is not inclusive enough. The Security Council no longer reflects today's world. It needs to offer a seat to more countries left out at the time of its establishment, including from Africa. And I can assure you that Austria will continue to push for reform, including in our candidature for a non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. The multinational system is not proactive and effective enough. It has made little impact in places like Afghanistan, where women are systematically denied the most basic rights to education and to participate in public life. In the Sahel region, where a series of coups d'etat serve only the generals, not the citizens. And it has not been able to stop Russia, a P5, from invading its sovereign neighbor Ukraine in a fit of near-imperialist aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about is enlightened self-interest. I stand here in front of you today as a representative of a smaller country with a great history, a country that after the First World War shrank from an empire with over 50 million inhabitants to a state with less than 10 million people and a fraction of its former territory. And yet, where do we stand today in Austria? Today, Austria is a successful and flourishing country with a high degree of social stability, economic prosperity, and environmental protection, with its capital, Vienna, voted again and again as the world's most livable city. I believe there's a message there. There's a message to those countries and leaders who want to turn back the clock, who abuse history as a pretext to justify the violence today. They're on a wrong track. You cannot build a future while being stuck in the past. We Austrians, we have learned from our history. And it's precisely these experiences of the past that make us care so strongly about multilateralism. There is simply no better alternative. No better alternative for safeguarding our prosperity and security and for tackling global challenges. That's why we are so deeply invested in our partnerships with our friends and neighbors in Europe and within the European Union, with organizations such as the UN and the OSCE, with our strategic partners around the globe, and with engaged civil society organizations and the private sector. We have also increased our outreach to the Asian Pacific region, and we are engaging with African partners in the spirit of, that's very important, in the spirit of mutual respect and common interests. Dear colleagues, in the beginning I said we should take a look at the world as it is. And the bitter fact is we are more divided than ever. All too often, even in this hall, we talk at rather than with each other. We speak rather than listen. So today, I would like to remember all of us for what this hall was actually built in the first place, as a space of real dialogue, not as an echo chamber, not as a club of like-minded countries, as a place where we advocate our principles and values, yes, but without denying other point of views. Where, yes, we have heated debates, difficult negotiations and hard negotiations, but where in the end we always reach a compromise. Let me be very clear, I'm not championing nihilism or moral reductionism. We know exactly where we stand. And Austria will always speak out for the values and principles that we hold dear, proudly and resolutely. Because I'm deeply convinced that our societies, based on freedom, pluralism, on individual rights, are the best guarantee for our citizens' security and prosperity. But at the same time, I clearly reject the notion of you're either with us or you're against us. The idea of cancelling whole societies and cultures, of reverting to moralizing, finger-pointing, or self-righteousness. This is a lesson that we Europeans also have to learn, and I believe we have to learn it very quickly. Let's not kid ourselves. The world is simply not black and white. It is simply not that easy. To me, this is not and it would not be responsible statecraft. It might play well with the social media bubble, but it does not reflect reality. And it will only strengthen the fringes of our societies, not the center. That is why Austria will continue to be a champion of sensible and pragmatic multilateralism as we adapt, innovate, and recalibrate our international cooperation. All of this, yes, is difficult. It requires endurance, strategic patience, a lot of explaining, and a healthy dose of realism. But if we succeed, all of us will be better off. And we will emerge from this era of transformation stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mahamat Sareh Anadif, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad.
Monsieur le Président,
Distinguished President,
Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, distingués participants, Mesdames, Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
c'est un plaisir et un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole aujourd'hui, jour anniversaire de l'adhésion de mon pays, le Tchad, aux Nations Unies,
to the United Nations, to share with you our point of view at this annual meeting at the UN, the most authoritative venue at which to discuss issues pertaining to our common future. Before going any further, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, PR of Trinidad and Tobago, elected President of the current session of the General Assembly. I'd like to wish him every success in his mission and assure him of our unreserved support. I also would like to congratulate and thank His Excellency Mr. Chava Kuroshi, outgoing President of the General Assembly, on his brilliant term. I would be remiss not to pay a well-deserved tribute as well to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the Nations, for his commitment and experienced leadership in guiding our organization as it navigates increasingly momentous and complex challenges. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, our common dream of building a stable and peaceful world where present and future generations would flourish is crumbling as the years go by. We hope of a better and more fulfilling life, which we all hold dear, is increasingly giving way to anxiety and uncertainty, armed conflicts, terrorism, climate change, large-scale migration, underdevelopment, poverty, political, economic, and financial crises are taking on unprecedented proportions. Every day, we are witnessing shocking and traumatizing scenes that outrage our sense of humanity. Thousands of refugees and displaced persons fleeing conflicts and natural disasters are braving heat and cold on the slim hope of finding better shelter. Today, the hearts of the Chadian people go out to their brothers and sisters
et de la Libye,
from Morocco
victimes
and
des
Libya,
dernières
who've
tragédies.
suffered from recent
Il
tragedies.
leur présente toutes leurs condoléances.
We convey our deepest
C'est pourquoi
condolences.
nous saluons
That
la
is why
pertinence du
we
thème de
commend
cette
the relevance of
70e
the theme
session
of the
ordinaire
78th
de
session
l'Organisation des Nations Unies,
of the UN
à
General
savoir
Assembly. That is to say,
rétablir la
rebuilding
confiance
confidence
et raviver la
and
solidarité mondiale,
reigniting global solidarity,
accélérer l'action
accelerating
sur
action
l'agenda
on the
2030
2030 agenda
et ses objectifs
and
de développement
its
durable
sustainable
vers la
development
paix, la
goals
prospérité, le
toward
progrès
peace,
et la
prosperity,
durabilité pour
progress,
tous.
and sustainability for all.
Oui, ce thème
Yes,
principal
this
est fort
fundamental
expressif.
theme speaks
Les mots
volumes.
mis en évidence
The words
ont toute
chosen
leur signification
have
au-delà
great
de leur charge
significance
symbolique.
beyond their
Oui,
symbolic
il est
import.
temps de rétablir
Yes,
la
it is time
confiance
to rebuild
et
trust
de raviver la
and to
solidarité,
reignite
car de
solidarity,
plus en plus,
because
les Nations
the
Unies montrent
UN
des limites
is
à
increasingly
incarner ces
limited
valeurs
in
fortes
its ability to
qui fondent
embody
pourtant
the very
son
values
essence
that
première.
make up its
Oui,
essence.
la confiance
Yes,
est
trust
une urgence
is
dans notre
urgently
monde,
needed
tant notre monde a
because
perdu
our
ses
world
repères
has
et ses
lost its
références,
bearings,
notamment par la
especially due
pratique
to
de
the
la
practice
politique de deux poids,
of double
deux mesures.
standards.
Oui, la solidarité
Yes,
est un
solidarity
impératif de premier
is
ordre,
a critical
tant
priority
cette valeur si chère et si
because this
précieuse à
value,
l'humanité
so dear to
s'est
humanity,
fortement
has been
érodée.
severely eroded.
Aujourd'hui, plus qu'hier,
Today,
les nations
more
doivent
than
conjuguer
before,
leurs forces et
more than
mutualiser
ever,
leurs
nations
énergies
must join
pour
their efforts
accélérer
and
la mise
pool their
en œuvre
energy
de
to
projets
accelerate the
et programmes
implementation
en
of
lien avec
projects
les
and
objectifs
programs
de
aligned
développement
with the
durable.
SDGs.
La paix,
Peace,
la prospérité,
prosperity,
le progrès et la
progress,
durabilité
and
collective
collective
exigent
sustainability
des investissements
require
forts
major investment
de l'ensemble de nos
from
nations,
all of our nations,
notamment de ceux qui sont
especially
les plus
the most
développés.
developed.
Cette action vivement recommandée
And this sorely needed
devrait se faire
action
sans exclusive
ought to take
et
place
sans préjudice
inclusively,
pour que la
without
confiance
discrimination,
attendue
to
soit
ensure
une
that
réalité
the trust we
tangible.
strive for becomes reality.
Distingués invités, mesdames,
Distinguished
messieurs,
participants,
à
ladies and
présent,
gentlemen,
permettez-moi de
allow me
partager
now
avec vous
to share with
de
you
manière succincte
a brief
l'état des lieux
overview
de la
of the
matérialisation de
implementation
l'agenda
of the
2030
2030 agenda
dans mon
in
pays,
my country,
le Tchad.
Chad.
En effet, dès l'adoption en septembre
Since the
2015
adoption in September
du programme,
2015
le gouvernement du Tchad
of
s'est
the
engagé
agenda,
à
the government of
opérationnaliser les
Chad has
17
committed to
objectifs du développement
operationalizing the
durable
17
qui en découlent.
SDGs that derive from
Cet
it.
engagement
This
est conforté
commitment
par la pertinence des ODD
is bolstered by the
au regard du
relevance
contexte
of the
et des défis de
SDGs
développement au
in light
Tchad,
of the context and
notamment
challenges for development
dans
in
tous les
Chad,
domaines
especially in
cibles
all of the fields
des
targeted
ODD qui sont
by
le
the
développement du
SDGs,
capital
including the
humain,
development of human
la
capital,
réduction de la
poverty
pauvreté
reduction,
et
and
l'amélioration
improving
des
the
conditions de
population's
vie de
living
la population,
conditions,
la
as
gestion
well as
durable de
sustainable
l'environnement
environmental
et la
management
consolidation
and the
de la paix
consolidation of
et
peace
de
and
la
stability.
stabilité. Dans cette
To
optique,
this end,
le gouvernement
the government
inscrit les ODD
has
au nombre
incorporated
des
the
priorités
SDGs
de la
among
prospective,
its
à
priorities
savoir Vision
in its
2030,
Vision
le Tchad
2030,
que nous
the
voulons.
Chad we want,
Et du plan
as well
national
as
de
in its
développement
national development
pour
plan
la période
for the period
2017-2021,
2017 to
prorogé
2021,
jusqu'en décembre
extended until
2023,
December of this year,
ainsi que le nouveau
as well as the
PND
new
en
national
cours
development
d'adoption
plan that is
pour
currently
la
being
période
adopted for 2024 to
2024-2028.
2028.
La mise en œuvre
The
des ODD au
implementation
Tchad
of the
s'est
SDGs
faite
in Chad
malheureusement dans un contexte
has taken place,
malgré
unfortunately,
marqué
in
entre autres
a
par
context
la chute
characterized
des
inter
cours des
alia
matières
by
premières sur les marchés
dropping
mondiaux,
prices
les
for
attaques
raw
répétées de la
materials on
secte
global
Boko
markets,
Haram,
repeated attacks
la
by
crise
Boko Haram,
sanitaire due à
the
la pandémie du
COVID-19
Covid-19,
pandemic,
les changements climatiques,
climate change,
les conflits
inter-ethnic
intercommunautaires dans les pays
conflicts
voisins,
in neighboring countries,
avec
which
effet
have had
direct
direct
sur notre
impacts on our
population,
population,
ainsi que les
as well
conflits
as politico-military
politico-militaires.
conflicts.
Cette situation
This
est aujourd'hui
situation
aggravée
has
par la
now
guerre
been exacerbated
en cours au
by
Soudan
the
voisin.
war raging in
À cette
neighboring
date,
Sudan. To date, we have taken in more than 400,000 new refugees in addition to the 600,000 refugees that are already living in Chad and have been for several years. In addition to this, there are refugees coming from our neighboring countries and elsewhere. Thus, out of a population of 17 million, almost 2 million are refugees. This is a great burden for Chad. My country calls for rapid, coordinated, and comprehensive action on behalf of the entire international community to address this humanitarian disaster, which is most likely the worst in the world at this time. Furthermore, Chad welcomes the holding on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly of two summits, one on climate change and the other on universal health coverage. Concerning climate change, Chad, like other UN member states, hopes that the impetus launched by the UN Secretary General on the importance of global action to combat climate change will help to mobilize the requisite resources for the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the rules it contains. With regard to universal health coverage undertaken by our various countries, it remains in the long term the optimal solution to meet the need for quality health care at an affordable cost for all, as well as to bolster our healthcare systems, which have already been undermined by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our government is paying full attention to this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, since the shocking and tragic death of President Idriss Déby Itno, may he rest in peace, Chad has begun a process of inclusive and transparent political transition. The first milestone in this transition was the signing of the Doha Agreement between the government and the political military movement in August 2022. This agreement allowed many Chadian exiles and refugees to return to the country. This political will to allow our country to turn over a new page and to rebuild was manifested by the holding of an inclusive and sovereign national dialogue, which brought together the vast majority of political forces of the country over 45 days. Today, the National Union government, which emerged from this dialogue, is hard at work in organizing a constitutional referendum that will determine the shape the state is to take. The adoption of a new constitution by the sovereign people will pave the way toward the gradual restoration of constitutional order within the time frame set by the inclusive and sovereign national dialogue. Led by the head of state, the president of the transition, bold reforms, administrative, judiciary, security, and military in nature have been carried out, and more are underway. In the meantime, constructive and strong measures have been taken from opening up the political space to presidential pardons. These have helped to calm tensions within the political sphere. This trend toward participatory dialogue has also led for the implementation of a cooperation framework that includes diverse political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the Sudanese crisis, Chad reiterates its call for a lasting ceasefire. Chad believes that there is no military solution to the conflict that is currently taking place. The solution lies in dialogue between our Sudanese brothers. 2 days ago, September 19th, at the opening of the UN General Assembly, Secretary General Antonio Guterres questioned the global governance embodied by the UN Security Council and the Bretton Woods system in strong terms. I quote, "The choice is not reform or the status quo. The choice is reform or ever greater fragmentation. It's reform or breakdown." End quote. What more can be said in light of the resurgence of the current geopolitical rivalries, with the risk of a new Cold War that would jeopardize peace throughout the world at a time when multilateralism is undergoing a severe crisis? In light of this difficult reality, Chad supports calls for the reform of the Security Council as reflected in the Common African Position as laid out in the Eswatini Consensus and the CERT Declaration. Lastly, for the sake of the fundamental principles of the UN, Chad encourages a solution involving the creation of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state living in security side by side with the state of Israel. Under the same principle, Chad reiterates its call for lifting the embargo imposed against Cuba, an embargo which harms the Cuban population. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Dusse, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration, and Togolese Abroad. Protocol, escort His Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General Assembly,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs
ladies and
d'État et de
gentlemen,
gouvernement,
heads of state and government,
Monsieur le Secrétaire général,
Secretary
distingués
General,
invités,
sir, distinguished
Mesdames et
guests,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
permettez-moi, avant tout propos,
may I
à
commence
l'occasion de la 78e
on
session
the 78th session
l'Assemblée
of
générale
the General
de notre
Institution
institution
of
commune.
our institution, our
Au nom
shared
de mon pays, le
institution,
Togo,
on behalf
et
of
de
my
son
country,
Excellence,
Togo,
Président Faure
and His
Essaouira
Excellency,
Gnassingbé,
President Faure
adresser
Essaouira
mes chaleureuses
Gnassingbé,
félicitations
may I
à
express
Monsieur
my
Denis Francis,
warmest congratulations to Monsieur Denis Francis, Togo is a country of peace, and Togo is against war, regardless of the reasons for it. Since our independence on the 27th of April 1960, Togo has never waged war on its neighbors. Togo has never attacked its neighbors or any country. Togo has never been a rear base for any attack against a brother country. Togo is a country of peace. Peace is in the DNA of the people of Togo. Togo has always been a country of mediation, of fostering dialogue, negotiation, and understanding amongst peoples and governments. The 6th of January this year, 49 soldiers from Côte d'Ivoire were freed thanks to the mediation of the President of the Republic of Togo, Faure Sosé-Magassingbe, putting an end to the tension between the governments of Côte d'Ivoire and Mali. Togo has hosted several negotiations for peace, and we can mention Chad
dans les années 1982,
in 1982, Sierra Leone
en
1991,
le Libéria en
Liberia
en 1991,
in
la Côte d'Ivoire
1991,
dans
Côte
les années
d'Ivoire
2000,
in 2000, etc., etc.
Nous appelons à la
We
désescalade
call for
et à la
de-escalation
cessation
and the
des
cessation
hostilités
of
dans les
hostilities
différents foyers de
in
tension
the various
dans le monde
hotspots throughout the
et en
world,
particulier
and
en
in
Afrique de
particular
l'Ouest.
in West Africa.
L'Afrique a trop souffert de
Africa
la
has
guerre
suffered too much
et un
from
minimum
war,
de sens de
and
responsabilité doit nous
sense
convaincre
of
à
responsibility
investir dans la prévention
should
et la résolution
convince us
pacifique
to invest
des
in
conflits.
prevention and the peaceful resolution of
La
conflict.
mauvaise chose de la guerre,
The bad thing about
dit notre
war,
auteur,
said
Immanuel
Kant,
c'est qu'elle fait
is
plus de méchants
that
qu'elle
it
n'en peut
creates
emporter.
more wickedness than it destroys.
Les ingérences extérieures sont
External
conflictogènes et
interference
facteurs de
causes
crise en
conflict
Afrique.
and
Elle
crisis in Africa.
complexifie généralement la recherche de
Complicates
solutions à
the
nos
search
crises
for
et
solutions to our
fragilise
crises
les initiatives de
and
solutions africaines
undermines
aux crises
initiatives for
africaines.
African solutions to
Elles
African
ne sont plus les
crises.
bienvenues dans une Afrique qui a
External
conscience de
interference
ses
is no longer welcome
problèmes de
in
paix,
an Africa
de
which is
sécurité
aware of
et
its
de développement.
responsibilities, its problems of
L'Afrique
peace, security
ne
and
veut plus
development.
des ingérences extérieures.
Africa no longer wishes
L'Afrique veut
foreign
rester elle-même
interference.
et maître
Africa
de son
wishes
destin.
to be true to itself
Monsieur le
and
Président,
master of its destiny.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Mr. President, ladies
sur
and
le
gentlemen,
continent africain, depuis quelques mois,
for several
le
months,
Soudan
Sudan, a
affecté
brother
par un conflit
country,
armé
has been
qui
affected by
suscite
an
beaucoup
armed
d'inquiétudes.
conflict which
Conscient de
causes much
l'importance de
concern.
la paix et de la
Aware of the
sécurité
importance
pour un
of peace
développement
and
durable et
security
inclusif,
for
le
sustainable and
Togo,
inclusive
qui en a
development,
fait
Togo
des axes principaux
has
de sa
made
politique
this one
de
of the main
développement,
planks of its
a abrité sous
development
l'égide du
policy.
président de la République en
President
juillet
of the
2023 à
Republic,
Lomé,
Faure
un dialogue
Sosé-Magassingbe,
consultatif
we
et de
hosted
concertation
a
entre les leaders
consultative
politiques et
dialogue
militaires du
in
Darfour
July this year.
d'apporter sa contribution
Between the
à la
political and
résolution
military
du
leaders
crise,
in
de la crise
Darfur
ou du
in order
conflit
to make a
soudanais.
contribution to the
Ces
resolution of
consultations
the
ont permis
conflict in Sudan.
d'obtenir un
These
compromis
conflicts made it
pour
possible
mettre
to
fin aux
reach a
violences
compromise to put
et
an
créer
end
un
to
couloir
violence
humanitaire
and establish a
afin de
humanitarian
parvenir à une
corridor
pleine exécution
in
des engagements pris
order fully to
à Lomé
execute the
pour ainsi
commitments
soulager
entered
la
into
souffrance
Lomé
des populations
to
civiles.
relieve
Nous
the suffering
exhortons les
of
parties
civilian
soudanaises
populations.
au
We
conflit à
urge
privilégier
the parties
la
to the
voie du
conflict in
dialogue et
Sudan
la
to
concertation
choose dialogue
pour un
and
règlement
consultation
rapide des différends
rapidly
dans l'intérêt supérieur
to settle
du Soudan.
the differences
Nous
for the
avons
greater interest of
l'espoir
Sudan.
que la démarche
We
togolaise
harbor the hope
qui
that
vient en appui à d'autres
Togo's
initiatives
efforts, which supports
contribuera
other
à mettre un
initiatives,
terme
will
à ce
contribute
conflit
to put an end to this
qui,
conflict,
curieusement,
which
ne bénéficie
strangely
pas de
does
l'attention dont
not
elle devrait
attract
faire l'objet
the
de la part
attention
de la
of the
communauté
international community
internationale.
as much as it should.
Ces derniers temps sont tous
Recent times
aussi, tout
have
aussi marqués
also been
en
marked
Afrique.
in West East Africa
de l'Ouest et du Sahel par des dévolutions inconstitutionnelles du pouvoir,
unconstitutional establishment of traditional
des régimes de
regimes,
transition
raising
dans la réapparition, au-delà des interrogations qu'elles suscitent, nous font l'obligation de repenser nos systèmes de gouvernance. These and many other issues will be examined at Lomé Peace and Security Forum, which first edition is scheduled for 21st and 22nd October 2023, under the theme of strengthening transition to democratic governance in Africa. The aim is to examine how to develop strategies to meet the challenges of political transition in a coordinated, relevant, and effective manner. First, with the political and security crises are transforming Africa, it's even more necessary to adopt a posture of adaptation. Thus, and several other countries decided in Lomé in May 2023 to create the African Political Alliance. It is intended to be a framework for consultation, political dialogue, and joint action based on historical ties of fraternity and the principles of the sovereign equality of states, independence and unity of action. Pour ce qui est de la réforme du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies, nous ne voulons plus revenir dessus. L'Afrique, nous l'avons dit, ne peut plus rester en marge de l'instance à laquelle il revient d'assurer la paix et la sécurité internationale. Le Conseil de sécurité ne peut plus demeurer une simple affaire des vainqueurs et leurs alliés du deuxième conflit mondial. Rien ne peut plus justifier le maintien du statu quo. La structuration idéologique et institutionnelle du monde d'après-guerre est désormais obsolète. Le statu quo ne peut plus continuer. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes à une nouvelle ère de relations de l'Afrique et du Sud global avec le monde. Et l'Afrique n'entend plus dans la nouvelle dynamique rester dans l'ombre d'une quelconque grande puissance. Le temps où d'autres entités prétendaient parler au nom d'une Afrique qu'elles n'écoutent même pas.
Speak on behalf of an Africa that they did not heed at all here in the United Nations and on the international scene, that time has passed. The partners of Africa, new or old, who are still hesitant in accepting the new course taken by Africa in development, have to change their attitude and their approach to an Africa which has radically changed. In recent decades, our world has undergone major silent revolutions, the significance of which lies in the renewal that is brought about in international relations.
C'est qu'il n'y a plus de centre de gravité monopolistique. Le centre du monde est désormais ici et nulle part ailleurs. Personne n'est le centre du monde. Tout état de cause, ce qui est clair et que nous voudrions rappeler ici, c'est que l'Afrique regarde désormais ses relations avec les grandes puissances par rapport à ses propres intérêts. Last year at this same platform, I told you that Africa
no longer wants to align itself with the great powers, whatever they may be. The role assigned to Africa in this 21st century is evocative of the image that certain power of our continent still have, their zone of influence. We must be concerned about the place that Africa occupies on the world stage. Today, Africa does not occupy the place it should hold on the international scene. The great power want to reduce Africa to a purely instrumental entity in service of their causes, and absolutely do not want the continent to be able to play an important role. The fractures of the colonial area between a so-called French-speaking, Spanish-speaking, Portuguese-speaking, Arabic-speaking, and English-speaking Africa have diminished as have the post-Cold War ideology that dominated the entire second part of the Today, Africa wants to be itself. And we say today, as we said the last year, we prefer Africanophony. Africa accepts more equality, respect, equity, and justice in this relation and partnership with the rest of the world, with the major power, whatever they may be. Today, Africans want to be true partners. Africa certainly does not have the same megaphones as the great power of the world, but the voice of Africa counts and must count if we want to have Africa as a partner on major international issues. La question de la réforme de l'architecture multinationale mondiale préoccupe l'Afrique au point qu'elle sera
is of great concern for Africa and will be at the heart of the 9th Pan-African Conference of 2024 scheduled in Lomé. For those who do not know, the time has come of an African awakening.
Aux nobles objectifs des pères des indépendances africaines.
In accordance with the noble objectives of the fathers of African independence, Africa and Africans demand and will make their voices heard in a sovereign, free and independent fashion on the international scene. President, ladies and gentlemen, Africa knows what it wants. The African people and those of the global south are frustrated because they feel that they're insulted, dehumanized, and sometimes they ask, who are you to flout our humanity in this way? Who are you to despise us in this fashion? Who are you to humiliate us like this? Our common organization, the African Union, is working to make heard the hope and voice of an Africa which is sovereign, which wishes to be sovereign, free and independent on the international stage. But we are also working within the framework of the African Political Alliance, launched in Lomé, in Togo.
Entre les grandes puissances
ne
doivent pas être d'emblée
celles africaines.
Tout le défi pour nous, nations africaines, c'est d'éviter de prendre part à des rivalités qui ne sont pas les nôtres. Il nous faut porter nos propres combats, qui sont entre autres la lutte contre le néocolonialisme, la lutte contre la pauvreté,
l'industrialisation du continent et la prospérité économique, le combat pour la paix, la lutte contre la désafricanisation de l'Afrique et pour la renaissance africaine et la dignité, la lutte pour nous libérer définitivement de toute subordination étrangère, l'engagement pour une meilleure représentativité de notre
ourselves to achieve better representation of our continent amongst the family of nations and continents. Our combats are not those of the West nor of the East, any shore or part of the world. We have to focus on our current, our own battles and those to come.
Ne saurait être réduit à un champ caporalisé où l'on soit obligé de prendre position en faveur d'un camp contre un autre. Nous voulons un système international reformé, fondé sur des valeurs et des principes que respecte tout le monde et respectueux du droit des peuples à se positionner librement selon leur convenance sur la scène internationale. Le droit des peuples à disposer d'eux-mêmes implique le droit de chaque État à se comporter comme il veut sur la scène internationale, dans les limites du respect de ses engagements internationaux. Sur les grands défis transnationaux de notre siècle, comme le changement climatique et la lutte contre le terrorisme international, nos vues peuvent rencontrer celles des autres, mais elles doivent demeurer nos vues, profondément réfléchies et arrêtées conformément à nos agendas propres. Il n'est plus question pour l'Afrique que nous voulons et portons de jouer les rôles de second plan dans la dynamique d'évolution du monde. L'Afrique dont je vous parle n'est plus prête à accepter la propension de certains pays à faire de leurs préoccupations d'ordre géostratégique celles des Africains. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, au demeurant, les défis de notre monde sont grands et les nouvelles orientations africaines en matière de relations extérieures obéissent à la dynamique d'un renouveau et d'un changement de paradigme. Le temps est celui du réveil africain et panafricain où notre continent a pris conscience de lui-même et de ses responsabilités internes à l'égard du reste du monde. L'Afrique a besoin d'un partenariat respectueux de la dignité de chacun. Nous voulons être vos partenaires et non vos sujets. Nous voulons servir nos peuples et non servir des intérêts étrangers. Cette nouvelle dynamique n'est dirigée, nous le disons et répétons, contre personne. Elle est l'expression d'une Afrique nouvelle, d'une Afrique africaine, africanophone, celle qui se veut libre, souveraine, indépendante, maître d'elle-même. Ensemble, pour la jeunesse africaine, est clair. Ces mots sont clairs. C'est ceci. Nous sommes fatigués par le paternalisme. Nous sommes fatigués de votre mépris de nos opinions publiques, votre mépris de nos populations et de nos dirigeants. Nous sommes fatigués par votre condescendance, par votre arrogance. Nous sommes fatigués. Nous sommes fatigués et nous sommes fatigués. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Togolese abroad of Togo. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hasra, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, we gather this year under even more daunting challenges. Our window to address climate change is narrowing rapidly. progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is stagnating. In part, it is even being reversed. There have never been more conflicts since the creation of the United Nations. The number of displaced persons is at record levels, and food insecurity has doubled since 2020. Children are subject to more suffering than ever. An urgently needed political consensus on key agendas is becoming more challenging. The ability of the United Nations to function as the peace organization for our world is increasingly paralyzed. It is our joint responsibility to safeguard the international order for future generations. In doing so, we have an opportunity to make the United Nations stronger, more equitable, and more resilient. We are ready to tackle this task together with you, with a sense of deep responsibility, but also courage and confidence in our ability to succeed. There is a common thread to the various challenges we are facing: the rule of law, which means that relations between states are governed by the law, that this law is the result of international agreements, that it applies to everyone, and that there are consequences if it's violated. This was the spirit that guided those who gathered in San Francisco in 1945 to agree on the Charter of the United Nations, the most successful and most impactful treaty ever adopted. At its very heart, the United Nations is a peace organization. It has risen from the ashes of two devastating world wars and makes a powerful promise to the future generations that the UN Charter addresses: that we, gathered in this assembly, we will not allow unlawful war-making to bring devastation, human suffering, and instability to the peoples that we represent. As leaders, we have to ask self-critically: are we trying hard enough to put these promises into action? Illegal warfare is the biggest challenge to this organization. And there is no doubt that the unprovoked and in its core colonizing war that Russia has been waging against its neighbor Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, is the most outrageous, blatant and manifest violation of the prohibition of the illegal use of force since the creation of the United Nations. For us, to stand up together against this act of aggression means, most importantly, standing up for the international order. This order is certainly the only security guarantee, especially for us as small states, but also for the international community. This assembly is the bedrock of genuine multilateralism, based on the principle of sovereign equality. As such, it has lived up admirably to the challenge it was handed by the Security Council, paralyzed by the use of the veto. The complete withdrawal of all Russian troops from Ukraine territory. We have together defined the parameters for a just peace that all want to see as soon as possible. And we have made together the legal determination that the actions by Russia against Ukraine amount to an act of aggression. We yet have to take the next obvious step together to ensure criminal accountability for this act of aggression for the individuals who ordered it in line with international law. We will continue our conversations with all of you to enable us to achieve this. We serve the goal of a just peace for Ukraine in accordance with the terms defined by us in this assembly. but it will also have a catalytic effect of far wider reach. In ensuring criminal accountability for the most manifest violations of the United Nations Charter, we will also protect ourselves, in particular the small states among us, our own sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our international order is founded on the prohibition of the illegal use of force. For this prohibition to be effective, it must be backed up by accountability, by the rule of law. This, of course, is the task of the International Criminal Court, established 25 years ago with competence over the most serious crimes under international law, the crime of aggression among them. We have to give the court the competence to exercise full jurisdiction as quickly as possible, so it can fulfill its task with respect to the illegal use of force. Mr. President, aggression is a fundamental challenge to all of us who have signed on the UN Charter. At its core, the United Nations is and must continue to be a peace organization. For billions of individuals, this building embodies the promise that we will respond collectively to those who openly undermine peace and security. This is why Liechtenstein has joined this organization over 3 decades ago. This is the pledge made to the future generation in San Francisco. And it is the expectation that our people have. The UN has evolved tremendously since its creation. It has been the crucial force in advancing international law. Its role as provider of humanitarian assistance has become irreplaceable. Its agencies and programs carry out functions of enormous importance to individuals around the globe. Yet, its core mission is and remains the maintenance of peace and security. And this is the role that we are challenged to safeguard. This is a difficult task. It is a fact that the Security Council is often unable to act. The deep political divisions among the permanent members are likely a reality for years to come. The pernicious effects of the veto are being mitigated, but they persist often to devastating effect for the people affected. Next year's Summit of the Future is an essential collective test for all of us. We must show our ability to find ways to ensure collective action when the Security Council fails in its tasks. This Assembly will therefore have to play a central role in a new agenda for peace. And we can do more to bring the Security Council's practice in line with the law we all have subscribed to when joining the United Nations. We are proud to have presented to this Assembly the veto initiative, which ensures accountability and institutional balance. We should now focus on ensuring that those who are parties to a dispute do not participate in the decision-making on these disputes. This is simply the law in the UN Charter, and its application has been neglected so far. Mr. President, in recent years, climate change has occupied an increasingly central place in our discussions. This hall has seen summit meeting after summit meeting on this issue. This year again, we are urgently reminded of the limited window we have to address the climate crisis. From weather extremes to sea level rise, all regions of the world are affected by climate change. But those who have done the least to cause the crisis in the first place are the ones most affected. We certainly are in the fight of our lives, as Secretary General Guterres has said. However, as we are gathering here, this fight. We hope to see significant progress at the COP meeting in Abu Dhabi later this year. But that alone will not be enough. For climate change as well, the law must be guiding us. This is why we have strongly supported the request for an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the question of climate change. We are confident that the Court will help us to have clarity regarding the complex legal questions concerning climate change and assist in our common fight against this most existential threat. Mr. President, this initiative, led by Vanuatu, was leadership from small states, a testament to genuine and effective multilateralism. Small states like ourselves, and we are indeed a majority in this assembly, need the United Nations. But the United Nations also needs us, and more so than ever. It is us small states who look automatically beyond our national interests. We understand that our success does not have to come at the cost of someone else's loss. We look for partnerships as a matter of course and as a way to success. And we work for the rule of law as a matter of enlightened self-interest. At a time of competitive alliance building, our ability and willingness to forge common ground is indispensable for the future success of the United Nations. We can and we will play an important role in shaping the summit of the future. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda remains one of the most successful expressions of common ground from the past decade. It plays an ever more important role in shaping government policies. And it is deeply embedded in the consciousness of our people. The SDGs may well be the most widely known agreement the UN has reached in the last decades. And yet, halfway through the implementation process, the picture is rather bleak. The number of people living in extreme poverty is higher than before the COVID pandemic. Hunger levels are back to 50 years ago. At the current pace, full gender equality is not just decades away, but in fact, centuries. And the lack of progress across our countries is in the difficulty to find political consensus on the way forward. This negative trend needs to be reversed now. The 2030 Agenda is the only global roadmap we have to overcome the multiple crises we face today. Liechtenstein's strong commitment to the SDGs is also reflected in the second voluntary national review I was honored to present earlier this year. Our official development assistance spending has been increased by 22% in comparison to 2018. This is meant to help reverse the negative trends in the fields of poverty reduction, food security, access to education, as well as climate protection. All government bills are now evaluated against the Sustainable Development Goals. Our commitment to the 2030 Agenda is a genuine expression of multilateralism, of which we need to see more. Mr. President, gender equality is a central part of this agenda. We will not forget the countless women who suffer from violence and oppression worldwide. We will continue calling out situations of systematic gender persecution from Afghanistan to Iran. And we will continue calling for the empowerment of women to support the bravery of women who stand up to demand political change from Belarus to Myanmar. We need women's voices, an active role in our national politics and in international leadership positions, in particular in peace operations. Mr. President, the international community faces major challenges that will shape the future of us all. As highlighted at the beginning, signing the UN Charter, we have given future generations the promise of all having a prosperous future. We can no longer afford to remain inactive and divided on key issues. Therefore, we have to face difficult questions and different interests. Even if solving these problems is not easy, we must never lose sight of the UN's very main purpose, which is to ensure global peace. This requires the contribution of all states, large and small. Rule of law, democracy, social justice, tolerance, and the ability to engage in dialogue are. In the spirit of San Francisco, Liechtenstein will continue to advocate strongly for these values within the international community. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Catharina Corona, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak on behalf of France before you. I'm doing so in knowing how much our common assembly, this assembly of all nations, to freely join their destinies and act for the common good. I speak before you in this spirit, in the spirit of those who, almost 80 years ago, sought to build on the ashes of the previous world, to bring institutions into a new era, an era in which all of us understand that while defending our own interests, we must abide by common principles, an era in which we all understand that those who are mighty today may be weak tomorrow, where the friends, the enemies of yesterday could be the friends of today. That is the path that France and Germany took, an era when power is governed by law, when the common challenges of humanity are at last taken on collectively instead of along the lines of every man for himself. It's what we learned to do in Europe, when we overcame centuries of conflict through cooperation and trust. The quest for the common good, the spirit of the UN that guides France's international action, the spirit of a power that is confident in its principles, compassionate, and willing to act collectively for the common good. What are our principles? They are the principles that this Assembly reaffirmed by a vast majority when it condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine 3 times now already. Nothing can morally or legally ever justify the invasion of a neighboring state, to attempt to annex territory through underhanded maneuvers and martyrize the population. France defends these simple principles of equality between states, respect for the territorial integrity and their sovereignty. These are principles that no one should compromise. France also defends the principle of food security. Who could believe, despite the confusion and propaganda that some are wantonly disseminating, that the party that is destroying grains and grain silos has the least interest in global food security, of which it itself is the enemy? What we see here is the expression of pure brutality that would stoop to using any weapon, even hunger, to try to revive its imperialist illusions. Against this, others, such as France, are acting. We are acting by financing WFP deliveries to the most fragile countries. We're acting by facilitating the export of Ukrainian grains through EU solidarity corridors. We're acting by throughout the world ambitious programs for developing local agriculture and to support school lunch programs. France also defends the principle of the inviolability of the heritage of humanity's cultures in Mosul and Timbuktu yesterday, and in Odessa and Lviv today. Indeed, everywhere, France supports the action those who defend the historic treasures of their countries, which hate threatens to destroy. Lastly, and of course, France supports the fight against impunity. We support the ICC everywhere. It is the Sahel to bring to justice the jihadis that France had defeated yesterday and which today once again threaten an entire region, as well as in Ukraine, of course, where crimes against humanity are committed on a daily basis against the population. What is happening in Ukraine concerns all of us. If we allow our common principles to be trampled there, they will be trampled everywhere. If we let this aggression be rewarded, other instances will occur there or elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian war of aggression is also a blow against the most vulnerable countries. It imposes upon us all today a duty of solidarity. Last year, France became the fourth largest donor, joining three friendly powers, US, Japan, and Germany. This is the result of patient investment, which I am proud to present to you. France stands with those who are threatened by hunger, as evinced by the appeal a few days ago to protect agricultural infrastructure, the massive increase of our food aid, which has reached almost 1 billion euros now, and which benefits 67 countries, including Nigeria and Sudan, newly this week, as well as our hosting of the Coalition for School Meal Programs in Paris in October 18th and 19th, and the replenishment meeting of the International Fund for Agricultural Development in December, with the goal of raising $2 billion. Our action for solidarity also clearly aims to allow for access of all to financing needed to combat poverty and to carry out transitions in the long line of the ambitious UN agenda to attain the SDGs. The President of the French Republic has taken the initiative, therefore, to hold a summit on a new financial pact, a global pact which took place in Paris on June 22nd and 23rd, which allowed us to outline a plan to increase public and private financing commensurate with the challenges of international solidarity. This summit led to immediate positive outcomes, such as the signing of a partnership for energy transition in Senegal, or JET-P, as an agreement reached on Zambian debt. These are pledges which France has worked toward for years, and they were upheld. That is the case, for example, with regard to the reallocation of $100 billion in special drawing rights.
Le pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la planète qui a résulté de ce sommet fin juin pose des principes clairs afin d'affronter à la fois le défi de la pauvreté et ceux du changement climatique et de la perte de biodiversité, en faisant en sorte qu'aucun pays n'ait à choisir entre ces objectifs. J'appelle tous les États qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à endosser ce pacte. Notre action de solidarité, c'est aussi
Action for solidarity is also that of a country that has exceeded by more than €1 billion its financial pledges on climate, allocating €7.6 billion last year. It is the action of a country that continues to work tirelessly to protect the lungs of our planet. In June 2025, France will be hosting the UN Conference on the Ocean, which it will co-organize with Costa Rica in order to maximize the protection of this crucial carbon sink, the ocean. I'm counting on your support for our commitment to protect forests and to build partnerships to conserve forests. Our action for solidarity is also that of a country that human rights. This December, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Paris and Geneva. This will be a moment to pay tribute to all those who are fighting to defend rights and freedoms, to protect human dignity, to which all of us aspire throughout the world.
aux droits des femmes, notamment en Afghanistan, où elles sont réprimées en tant que telles. Le taliban qui a tragiquement placé une politique de ségrégation et de violence contre les femmes au cœur de son identité politique. Notre solidarité va aussi à celles et ceux qui s'engagent pour les autres. Parfois, ils le font au péril de leur vie. Je pense aux casques bleus. Je pense aussi aux 116 travailleurs humanitaires qui ont été tués, comme ceux qui ont été blessés ou kidnappés en 2022. Nous devons mieux les protéger et la France restera pleinement mobilisée à leur côté, comme nous l'avons fait cette semaine avec nos partenaires humanitaires ici aux Nations Unies. Forte de ces principes, la France se tiendra toujours prête pour une action collective au service du bien commun. Sur le plan du climat, nous voyons aujourd'hui ce que notre manque d'ambition peut produire de désastres. Intempéries, incendies, inondations cette année, partout dans le monde, et fait des dizaines de milliers de victimes. Le dernier rapport du GIEC et le bilan aussi réalisé en vue de la COP28. Nous ne pouvons pas détourner le regard. Il faut au contraire agir et agir vite, agir collectivement face à ces défis communs qui n'épargnent aucune nation. C'est urgent. Mais c'est possible. Et pour cela, nous avons une méthode éprouvée qui nous a permis d'obtenir des résultats par le passé. C'est celle du protocole de Montréal qui a permis à l'humanité de régler le problème de la couche d'ozone. C'est celle que nous avons déployée pour aboutir ensemble à l'accord de Paris en 2015. C'est aussi cette méthode qui doit faire entrer en vigueur bientôt, dès que possible, le traité BBNJ pour protéger les aires marines, ou encore celle qui permettra d'atteindre les objectifs ambitieux de l'accord de Kunming-Montréal sur la biodiversité et d'adopter, nous le souhaitons, il le faut, un accord juridiquement contraignant pour éliminer la pollution plastique. Cette méthode, la seule qui vaille pour aller au-delà de la prise de conscience et pour donc agir avec résolution, engagement et responsabilité, c'est le multilatéralisme. Et face à la destruction climatique, face à la démolition de notre habitat naturel, face à l'appauvrissement généralisé de notre biodiversité, eh bien vous pouvez compter sur la France pour rester en initiative. La méthode multilatérale, c'est aussi celle qui nous permettra de résoudre les crises internationales qui se multiplient. Au Karabakh, la communauté internationale doit assurer qu'une population soumise à 9 mois d'un blocus implacable et à une récente campagne de bombardement et de destruction puisse voir ses droits et sa sécurité enfin garantis. Un diktat imposé à une population civile assiégée ne saurait être une solution, tandis que les menaces proférées contre l'Arménie elle-même doivent cesser. En Afrique, nous croyons aux solutions africaines, aux crises africaines, et nous soutenons les organisations régionales chaque fois qu'elles demandent l'appui de leurs partenaires. Nous le faisons au Niger, où la France soutient la CEDEAO dans ses efforts. Ces efforts pourraient rétablir un ordre constitutionnel remis en cause par la force depuis que le président démocratiquement élu, Mohamed Bazoum, fait face à une tentative de putsch. Au Soudan, une guerre meurtrière fait rage depuis plus de 5 mois. Les civils sont les premières victimes d'un conflit atroce. Il est donc du devoir de la communauté internationale de continuer sans relâche à rechercher des solutions pour la paix. Nous demandons une nouvelle fois aux belligérants de cesser les combats et d'épargner les civils, de permettre une trêve humanitaire et de faire émerger une solution politique inclusive. Nous ne pouvons pas non plus nous habituer au conflit dans l'est de la République démocratique du Congo qui, depuis si longtemps, repose sur les mêmes ressorts et fait les mêmes victimes. Là aussi, la France est en appui des mécanismes régionaux de résolution des conflits pour faciliter une solution négociée et apaisée. La France est et elle restera une alliée stable et constante des organisations régionales africaines quand elles se battent pour la paix, pour le développement, pour la démocratie et pour la sécurité du continent.
Of the continent.
Dans un Moyen-Orient qui se recompose,
in
la
a Middle
France
East that
prend
is
aussi sa
redrawing
part,
itself,
soutenant
playing its role
sans relâche,
by
le dialogue
staunchly
et la
supporting
coopération.
dialogue
Nous
and
continuerons de
cooperation. We
participer à
continue to take
l'invitation
part
de notre partenaire
on the
irakien
invitation of our
au
partner
processus
Iraq
dit de Bagdad.
in the Baghdad
Ce format
process,
inédit
in
de
this
dialogue entre
unprecedented
tous les pays de la
format
région
for dialogue between all
qui
the
se
region's
réuniront
countries.
prochainement de
They
nouveau
will
pour
be
travailler
once again meeting
cette fois à des projets
very
concrets
soon
afin de répondre
to
aux
work on
besoins
specific projects
magnifiques
to
de
meet
coopération
the
entre
clear
ces pays.
need for cooperation between
Et entre
these
Israéliens et
countries.
Palestiniens,
As for
nous
Israel and
poursuivons aussi nos
Palestine,
efforts pour
we
une
will
paix
continue as
garantissant
well our
à chaque État,
efforts for
à
peace
chaque
that
peuple,
guarantees
un
each
État,
state
à
and
chaque
people,
peuple un État,
that guarantees
des
to
frontières,
each
des
people
frontières
a
sûres et
state,
reconnues,
as well as
sur la base des lignes de
secure,
1967
recognized
et
borders
avec
based on the
Jérusalem,
1967 lines.
La solution à
Jerusalem
deux
as the
États
capital.
est la seule
The
voie
two-state
pour une
solution is
paix
the only
juste
possible
et
path
durable.
forward for lasting and just peace.
Dans un environnement changeant, les Nations
In
Unies
a
doivent
changing
elles aussi
environment, the
s'adapter. La
UN must
France
also adapt,
tient
and France
l'ambitieux
supports
agenda de
the
réforme du
ambitious
secrétaire général
reform
des Nations
agenda of
Unies
the Secretary General of the
et
United
contribue
Nations
activement aux travaux
and
en vue
contributes
du sommet du
actively
futur
to
de
work
2024.
on the summit for the future
Nous devons
for
aussi
next
retrouver
year.
l'élan de la
We
réforme du
must
Conseil de
also find
sécurité.
momentum of the
Bien sûr,
Security Council
l'élargissement du
reform.
Conseil,
I'm speaking of
de longue
an
date,
expansion, of course,
nous
of the
soutenons une plus
Council.
grande présence
For a long
africaine,
time, we've
y
supported
compris
greater
parmi les membres
African representation,
permanents,
including among
ainsi
permanent
la
members,
candidature
as
du
well
G4.
as the
Je pense aussi
candidacy
à
of the
l'encadrement du droit
G4.
de veto en cas
I'm also
d'atrocité de
speaking about
masse,
regulating the right to
trace
veto in the
un
case of
chemin
mass
pour redonner
atrocities.
son efficacité
This
de sécurité.
would allow it to regain effectiveness within the Security Council.
Mesdames et messieurs,
President, ladies and gentlemen,
la France, fidèle à ses
France,
traditions,
in
sera
line with its
présente
traditions,
pour
will
que
be present
nous puissions
so that
ensemble,
can come together,
nos nations unies,
United Nations,
affronter les défis globaux,
to address
les menaces à
global
la paix et à la
challenges
sécurité
and threats
internationale,
to
et
international
les
peace
atteintes à
and
nos
security,
principes
as well
communs.
as attacks on our common
Pour ce
principles.
faire, le
To
secrétaire
this
général
end,
Antonio Guterres
SG
peut
Guterres
compter
can
sur le
count
soutien
on the
constant
unwavering support
de la France.
of
C'est
France.
maintenant qu'il faut agir
We must act now
ensemble
together
pour le salut.
salvation of us all.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister for your I now give the floor to His Excellency Dan Jorgensen, Minister of Development and Global Climate Policy of Denmark.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the world is off track. This is the uncomfortable truth. 8 years ago, we adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Denmark had just assumed the presidency of the General Assembly. The adoption of the SDGs was a moment, not just for Denmark, but for all of us. A historic moment where we, the United Nations, launched a transformational agenda. Today, we need transformational action, urgently and on a massive scale. We need to get the SDGs back on track. We need to fast-track the green transition and accelerate climate adaptation. And we need to revitalize multilateralism and bring the UN and other institutions of global governance firmly into the 21st century. These are immense tasks, but they are neither impossible nor optional. It is the duty of our generation to get the world back on track, to break the vicious circle of distrust and division that is undermining our ability to act collectively, and to replace this vicious circle with one of trust and solidarity, as highlighted in the overarching theme for this year's UNGA. Trust is not built on promises we give. It is built on the promises we keep. Mr. President, halfway to 2030, only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track to be realized. The rest are only progressing slowly. Some are even moving in the wrong direction. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And it is as relevant today as ever. The SDGs seek to realize the human rights of all. Yet, human rights are under pressure around the globe. This is not least true for women and girls, more than half of the world's population. For the first time in a generation, extreme poverty is increasing. Hunger levels are surpassing those of a decade ago, while climate shocks are hitting those most vulnerable at an accelerating speed. More than 360 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance worldwide. All governments have a responsibility to prioritize SDGs at home. But for some countries, that is easier said than done. According to the Secretary General, developing countries need a staggering $3.9 trillion between now and 2030 in order to achieve their goals. To bridge that gap, it is necessary for others to help. It is our shared responsibility. For more than 40 years, Denmark has met the UN target of providing a 0.7% of GNI for development assistance. And we continually encourage other rich countries to prioritize this target as well. But even if we all lived up to the 0.7 UN target, it would still only cover 10% of the financing gap. It is simply not enough. We need to find new, innovative ways to finance the 2030 Agenda and to realize the Paris Agreement's goals by mobilizing domestic as well as international sources, including private capital. This year, Denmark is increasing climate finance to the highest level ever. $745 million, of which approximately 60% will be allocated for adaptation. Next year, we will double our contribution to the Green Climate Fund to approximately $234 million. We are also increasing our support to the Danish Development Finance Institution, enabling it to triple its annual contribution to climate finance in developing countries. From $300 million today to approximately $900 million towards 2030. Denmark, a country with a population of just below 6 million people, expects this year to contribute more than 1% of the $100 billion target. We expect our share to be even higher next year. For Denmark, delivering on our promises is a matter of assuming global responsibility as well as showing international solidarity. Mr. President, to mobilize financing for development and climate action, we also need to better leverage the enormous potential of the international financial institutions. The development banks, including the World Bank, must raise not billions, but trillions of dollars for climate action and the SDGs. Growing burdens of debt are keeping struggling economies in a deadlock. A new creditor landscape is challenging existing mechanisms for debt treatment. This is a challenge we need to tackle together as a global community and with the constructive engagement of all creditors. Denmark is deeply engaged in these efforts. We will be pushing for the highest ambitions at the upcoming annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Marrakesh as well as at the COP28. The international financial architecture must be revised. Who decides? Who benefits? Where is it working? This is a conversation we need to have. The international financial architecture must reflect the world of today rather. Mr. President, the climate emergency is worsening. 2023 is on track to become the warmest year ever recorded. Unless we do something dramatic, the extremes of today will soon become the new normal. Denmark is urging the world's biggest emitters to reduce their carbon emissions, phase out fossil fuels and commit to renewable energy. At the same time, we need to scale up significantly our efforts to adapt to climate change and address climate-induced loss and damage. Despite having contributed the least to climate change, it is the poorest and most vulnerable parts of the world who suffer the most devastating consequences. We need to make COP28 the turning point in overcoming this global injustice. As stated in the African leaders' Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, no country should ever have to choose between development aspirations and climate action. We agree. The fact is that it no longer makes sense to talk about sustainable development without factoring in climate change. We're wasting valuable time and limited resources if we do not integrate our efforts for sustainable development and climate action. Mr. President, we are off track. And to get back on track, we need also to look at core institutions of our multinational system and bring them into our time. The world deserves a more representative, transparent and accountable Security Council, one that is better equipped to address global challenges. The Security Council needs to better reflect global realities as well as the desires, needs and concerns of people all over the world. This includes limiting the use of veto, also through voluntary restraint and enhanced accountability via the General Assembly. Denmark has been, and will continue to be, actively engaged in this discussion. To improve and strengthen our collective ability to prevent conflict and sustain peace, we need a new approach. The Secretary-General's new Agenda for Peace is a timely contribution to the debate. Denmark call for a renewed focus on conflict prevention and peacekeeping. As a current member of the Peacebuilding Commission and a major donor to the Peacebuilding Fund, we know it is one of the most valuable and efficient tools in the UN toolbox. Next year's Summit of the Future and process leading up to it is a timely opportunity to move the discussions on this and other reform issues forward, based on the UN Secretary-General's proposal of our common agenda. Mr. President, trust in multilateral cooperation is based on the universal respect for the rules that are underpinning it, and on accountability for violations of those rules. Russia's blatant disrespect of the most fundamental principles of the UN Charter, including the principle of territorial sovereignty, is a tragedy for the United Nations. It is a look into a brutal world where international law has lost respect among nations and might is right. The war is not just an unspeakable tragedy for the people of Ukraine, it has devastating effects for the people around the world suffering under food and other global consequences of this senseless war. Denmark supports all meaningful efforts to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine, with Ukraine and their charter-based rights to defend their territory. And we support President Zelensky's peace formula for a just peace. We encourage all countries to do the same. Denmark seeks full accountability for Russia's unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine. This includes includes responsibility for crimes under international law as well as reparations. Ensuring that Russia and its representatives are held to account is a shared responsibility for us all as members of the United Nations. Mr. President, we take hope in the fact that following Russia's attack against Ukraine and against the UN Charter, we've seen overwhelming support for the Charter among UN member states. This we must build on. We have no choice. The major problems of our time are interlinked, and their solutions are interlinked as well. We can only solve the problems of our time through international cooperation. We must not allow the irresponsibility of some countries to derail and destroy our collective efforts to find common solutions to shared problems. Mr. President, yesterday Denmark was quite proud to sign the landmark High Seas Treaty that we adopted earlier this year. The treaty provides legally binding instruments for protecting and safeguarding the health of our oceans, a task vital to advance SDG number 14. It also holds tremendous symbolic value. It shows that despite tensions and division, we can still come together and find common ground. At a time when positive news is hard to come by, that is very encouraging. Keeping in mind, Denmark will do our part to create tangible results, compromises and solutions in the UNGA 78th session that stands before us. This is the spirit of cooperation we want to bring to the UN and that we hope to bring to the UN Security Council in 2025 and 26. We believe this spirit of cooperation will bring the world back on track. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Development and Global Climate Policy of Denmark. We have had the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.